So, good morning, folks. Where were you at? We are at the University of Liberia campus, where students honor the banner of POSA, classes. So we try to take you to the party of POSA. But right now there is no classes. Right now there is no classes. At the University of Liberia.
And we raise the hope of our people. So let us be young. As Minister of Labor, can I give 7 categories of jobs to non-Liberians? And we will be intent and deliberate for this. If we can't do anything, if we can't take action to get our people jobs, I don't know what we have. The Minister of Labor has issued 8,772 work permits. Some granted. Some for drivers, some for store, some for accountants, some for carpenters. We got evidence. Go to Tomalin construction companies, we see non Liberians and non-Africans, non-West Africans. They are driving trucks, they are mechanics. 8,000. Imagine if you gave at least 4,000 of those jobs to Liberia. We will have helped a great deal. The Minister of Labor, on our insistence, submitted a list of work permit people who gave work permit to non-Liberians. But the minister never one category, my important and distinguished colleague, the category that says, what kind of work permit, what kind of job the person you apply for us to know what are that job that we're giving, without all that. And let me say, even the work permit, at Western Custom, the Minister of Labor was here and he said something very scary. He said, Western Custom got $100 to drive the equipment, the heavy-duty machines, and the truck. Out of the $100, 55 they are non-Liberians. 45 they are Liberians. I asked the minister, why are you giving work permit for drivers? He said, and it sounded reasonable. He said the 55 non-Liberians took over the job because the company could not find Liberians with the skills and the competence or ability to operate the kind of equipment or machines that they have. So until they can find Liberians qualified for that or with the skills, they will have to issue the work permit. About that. But what was disappointing? The 45 Liberians who they employ got the same skills, education, with the 55 non-Liberians that they employ. They pay the non-Liberians $3,000 US and they pay the Liberians $600. If the skill the non-Liberian has for which they brought them here to operate the machine, and they pay them $3,000, how can we say that here in good conscience to see Liberians with the same skill, on the same job hour, operating the same equipment, and they be paid $600 for the same job? How can we stay here and we enter stores? We see non-Liberians. They were here. I'm not being xenophobic. My work here, our work here is to ensure our people get employment. And if the executive through the labor ministry is not acting in such a way that resembles what's happening over there, it's just like the Liberian people blaming us for everything. We enact the vehicular and traffic law. We leave it to the national police how traffic should flow. When there's traffic somewhere, they say, what is lawmaker then doing? We finish passing law. Are we the ones who go direct the traffic too? But you be a good citizen, even if you're a lawmaker, get there from your car and say, let my person here help the traffic to say, he's lawmaker or he got direct traffic. What will do? The traffic that they say, what is lawmaker? When you want to say you want to be good citizen to help, they say, that's not your job, move from there. Because the people who are supposed to implement the law are not implementing the law, my protest is just what police are. Sometimes it can appear that the law is either weak or non-existent as a result of which the people think will not do anything. I'm not going to leave this work permit issue because when the legislature ratify APM terminal, when the legislature ratify Western Cluster, when the legislature ratify Bao Chico, when the legislature ratify all the concession agreements, one of the things the lawmakers consider was that these concession agreements, one ratified, would provide jobs for the people out there. If the executive branch through the labor ministry is giving them very wiped out because of $1,000 work permit. Some of the jobs for which they gave the work permit, they pay $4,000 or $5,000. The government taking $1,000 a year for work permit, $1,000 and contribute to the $4,000. Money will leave here, you will be able to pay taxes, and it will flow in the economy. We must take deliberate steps here to ensure our people out there get jobs. Today, the president had a cabinet meeting. The president is concerned about youth unemployment and unemployment in the country. When we have taken our own action as lawmakers to make the law and give allowance for Liberians to get jobs, we ratify concession agreements. Then the very executive get a job, then the people say you're not making your job for yourself. What do you want to do? The Minister of Labor must bring that list here. Let's see the category that either it was inadvertently left out or being deliberately left out so it can be alarming. And we must take deliberate steps here and vote and take the action and send it to the
We will not allow small children to tell market when they should be in school. They should be in school. We will not allow those young ladies to go in the street whole day yourself. The money you make can't even buy rice. We can't do it. We want to put dignity on our people. And that's why we're here. That's the mission we have. And I can assure you, if you check your calendar, it's exactly. Today's the 10th, right? When is the election? You start checking. 4 months to the date. After 4 months, you will see a new Liberia coming up. You'll see a Liberia that will give you hope. You'll see a Liberia where corruption will be king of the country. We will not allow small children to tell market when they should be in school. They should be in school. We will not allow those young ladies to bring.
Usually we tell our customers not to rely on the school in terms of uploading the document. So once you have that document filled out, their part, we just need signatures. It just proves showing that you are doing school. So they should give you a copy already so that you can be able to upload it out of time. Because once you upload it, it's instantaneous. You don't have to wait for the school. Once you go ahead and upload it, it's instantaneous. In the meantime, I can double check and see if is the school part of the National Clearinghouse. Do you know if they're part of that? If you can upload it, it's faster. So if you have a copy, go onto the website, savvyme.com, and upload it. It should be other forms or documents to upload. And sometimes it's instantaneous, sometimes it will take 22 hours. Yeah. And I did roll is it full-time, part-time?
Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome to the closing argument. Today is Monday, March 17th, 2025. one day after my birthday, which I want to say thanks to everyone. I will reply everyone who sent me messages. But I was overwhelmed yesterday. I had too many guests coming, and then I went to bed. I drank some wine when I came from church. I went to bed, and I didn't get up the middle of the night. But it was a great time. I thank God for yesterday. Praise God for sparing my life to see this my birthday. In fact, today is the vice president's birthday, and he called me yesterday to wish me happy birthday. I called him wish me happy birthday too today, and he said, oh, "Man, you have Mars been in Sunday." I said, "I know, right?" But they're on different side now. But anyway, but that's part of the game. But it's good to be back, and we have a very interesting show today. Yeah. Well, the show tonight will be a great show. I just talked to the senator a few minutes ago, and Senator Delon will be our guest tonight. We have a very interactive conversation with Senator Delon. The interesting time will be having tonight with Senator Delon. And let's make this a big one. It's the first time coming in a closing argument, and so we are making progress. The closing argument is making progress. Everybody thought that this platform was going to die and making a mistake. We are expanding because of what we are doing. Tomorrow we're getting a gift from a private person. Somebody giving us a gift tomorrow that will help make our work on the ground easier. And that's how you do it. When you do something good, the public sees you, they appreciate you. Somebody wasn't anonymous. They will come to say, well, want to expedite your work, want to make your work easier, so we'll support you. And that's why I repeat, this platform is not for the government, not for the opposition, it's for the Liberian people. We'll have our platform is open to everyone who will come and to come and be part of the national discourse. No one person owns this platform, no one institution owns this platform. And will be open to everyone. Come and make your case to the Liberian people, and that will be good. Let me express my thanks to my brother Lofa Julius. Lofa was the first person that called me yesterday. Who's my birthday from Liberia. I appreciate you, Lofa, so much. That call woke me up, and right after you call, I started to receive a lot of calls coming in and so forth. But brother Gilman, also welcome. Welcome to see you guys. I'm happy to see every one of you guys, and let's make this day one of the best. Let's come and grill this Senate Chairman on Foreign Affairs, the Abraham Darius Dillon. Say what you want to say about Dillon. Dillon is one of the most popular senators in the Liberian Senate. And you may have your issue with him, but Dillon has brought some transformation in the Senate, in the sense that prior to Dillon coming in the Senate, vote was held behind closed door. They vote in executive section. But Dillon made it possible for vote to be held in open session nowadays. We know who are voting for what bill on the floor. So let's come and make this interesting day and do what we can do. But guys, welcome. Lofa and Brother Gilman, you guys can come with your intro and we can get it going in the next few minutes.
Well, Tomalin, I think you said it all right. Yesterday was your birthday. Happy belated birthday to you, Mr. Gilman. Welcome to the show. And as often as it is stated, we always pray for more years in existence, right? We pray for God's blessing to continue until we can live and don't want to live anymore, which is weird. Excuse the network. Again, you guys understand I'm in Little Miami, so the network is not the best, but I'm trying to kind of make it work and happen. So, but yeah, today was another great day in the people's country, the great Republic of Liberia. Wonderful experience. Yeah, so I just want to say great to be out here, and we can't wait to, with Senator Darius Dillon. Again, you all know Senator Dillon is one of those whom I supported. All right, with no question about it. It's one of those in the forefront. We took bullets, we took shots for all, I think, but 2 or 3 terms that Senator Dillon ran for the Senate. We were there, and we made a case for him. So, yeah, when I hear people say, regardless of his missteps, he is doing okay, I think that's progress. But we want more. And that is what I can say. I'm not satisfied with the little. And that's why we always ask for more, regardless of what is being done. But we will have the opportunity to engage him tonight. And we hope to get the best information out of the senator as he come out here to inform the Liberian people as to what is happening in the country and other foreign involvement. So I stop at that note and say again, welcome everybody. I see my own uncle, just come on, Pewee. I haven't made it to Lofa County yet, but I can promise you, it will hopefully happen. Not in the too distant future, but it will happen though.
Wait.
But
You
Brother
said
Gilman,
you said quickly before you, man. You said not too distant. Lofa, listen. If you don't visit Lofa,
Pewee, stop. Pewee, stop. Don't start.
the man when I was putting specific about. Yeah, man.
Push you.
Right. Come on now.
Push you. We thought you're going to Liberia. Now, please, what you do? Just try at least go to the bridge between Bon and Lofa and just cross the road and come back. I'll do that. But anyway, go ahead, Tony. And
all right.
Go ahead.
Brother Gilman, good to see you, brother.
Thank you. I didn't want to start the show by pushing back on my brother who is on vacation in Liberia. You sold us a lemon. Darrell Dillon is a lemon. You should take ownership of what you sold. Darrell Dillon is not doing well.
Hold on, the man is coming to show. The man coming again.
Wait, no. Pewee, let him start an intro. Let him start an intro.
Mr. Pewee.
Emotionally high, I want to discuss politics. Go ahead.
Mr. Pewee, why would you say I'm emotional?
No, but the man is coming on the show. What
Are you a psychiatrist?
No, go.
Are you a psychiatrist?
Go ahead. Anyway.
Pewee, let him land. Pewee, let him land on why he's making this statement.
I'm telling you exactly what it is because we had this conversation before. And I told you from the beginning that what you were selling us, I would prefer that you do not be politically correct by saying at least we've seen progress, we need more. No, this mission has not worked out as you sold it to us, and be honest. Anyhow, thank you very much for being on the show. I look forward to the debate.
Okay, yeah, from Pewee. But when you talk about mission, you're talking about the rescue mission of
No.
They don't draw a senator.
I'm not talking about. We all know where the rescue mission is, but these gentlemen went on a special mission to bring in a light that would not accept cars, will not build walls, will not accept pay or half of it. All of these things that were promised. If Lofa can tell me now that Honorable Dillon doesn't have a fence around his house.
First of all,
Lofa, I beg you. Dillon is coming on the show, so
no. Let me dismiss. First of all, before you and other people try to run around with this issue of defense, let's trash that. Lofa came up with the challenge to hold Senator Dillon based on a specific statement that was made, and this was a conversation that was held. And then I brought in this issue of defense. Don't run around with this political shenanigans or you told us you would not build fence. I'm not here to defend Darrell Dillon, and I'm hoping that we can use this opportunity to grow Dillon on many other promises that were made. But if we will use the propaganda to overshadow the actual need of the people on ground, then I don't think, Mr. Gaiman, you and I will be doing the people justice, because there are other permanent issues that we should be holding Senator Dillon and other people accountable for. If you talk about the issue of salary reduction, you have a salient point on that, okay? If you talk about several other things that we can speak to today, I will give you that green light and say, yes, Mr. Gayman, but those little petty and those pivotal things should not be the ideal.
Don't tell me the fence is a little petty stuff. No, it's not. It's part of the package.
No, those are the pivotal and distractions that actually, because if you bring that to the table, Mr. Gayman, if you bring that to the table, then Senator DeLon would justify, just like every other politicians have been able to justify over the years, because the place is insecure, and that would be his justification. You cannot tell this man.
Let me progress. The good thing about it, since that Dylan is someone who do not, he's not one of those who back down from engagement, and I'm sure he has answer for all the questions you guys will have to answer. Ask him. And if like Ben Sanvee, I was talking on a serious note, if you would say that Dylan have not done nothing in the Senate, I don't be a disservice to him, because I think if you rating senators in the Senate there, they don't be on the top, honestly, because he has been speaking. How many people can really?
How many senators can you say have performed?
Let's hear from Pewee before bringing senator in.
Yes, and that's what I was just about to say. It will be fair, the fact that he accepted the invitation to come on the show. That's a very great thing. We allow him to come on the show. We cannot be discussing him while he's yet to appear on the show. That would be injustice to our own chairman of the Friends of the Long then in 2009 moving forward. But no, I mean he was the head of.
You talking about Lofa? You look at Lofa.
We would have a process called the Friends of the Long at the time. Now, I was, to be frank, I will make that full disclosure here today. I was part of that process in 2009. Then, looking at the vision and the way he portrayed things, we felt that he would have been a very firm individual, and we formed part of that process in 2009 on a serious note. But on a serious note, today is going to be a very great day discussing. And one of the main things I'm celebrating, Mr. Senator, coming on, is the public hearing today held about the process that's unfolding. And I've done some deep research on that process, and myself from that area, study the area directly and the rest of that. So there's more constraint that I have that I intend to ask some caution that would move around that. But that means categorically state here today that the CMC is vehemently and categorically condemning the deputy police chief. I intend to state that, and I will state that on behalf of the CMC deputy police chief, who's threatened to allegedly hit and kill a motorcyclist today on the grounds of the Supreme Court. And after this hearing about the justice in chambers was trying to hear this process, and he didn't wait for the justice in chambers to come for ruling on this process, but he's now threatening if he were to see motorcyclists in the no-go area, he will allegedly hit and kill motorcyclists. We thought this is not against tourism community. We should not revert to the days of chaos, and this is not a martial law we declare in the country. This is a democracy that we will expect senior law enforcement officers to adhere to the tenets of democracy. It is part of the pillar of that and the fulcrum of our country moving forward. I think his action is condemnable. The CMC is calling on the motorcyclists to remain calm. And as we await the justice in chambers, Her Honor Shannon Clinton Johnson, to come out with a ruling that she's will appropriately respond to it at the appropriate time. So we call on the motorcyclists to restrain themselves, exercise maximum patience, and as this process unfolds. But again, the motorcyclists themselves, they are taxpayer, because they do have a case, and they did the best thing by going to the Honorable Supreme Court and asking the justice in chambers to lift this restriction on them. Why we need regulation in the country, but they also are taxpayer. If they pay their taxes, they will have to enjoy part of the process that they pay taxes to. So I will yield for now and wait for the Honorable Senator to come in, and so we will look into some very specific area moving forward towards our country, particularly this alleged information about visa restriction on certain countries, and that is circulating around the space. So we want to go by that. Really, I keep points the senator and the ministers hit today. I got some very key attention on that part of the issue about if they didn't support America when America joined Russia in voting against the resolution recently, but they've been voting, and she said consistency. So I will hold on to that, and we'll move on to see if the rule-based international order is consistent with our foreign policy orientation. But
okay. The senator is. I see the senator. So, but let me play a little clip before the senator comes in. There's just a few minutes, then we'll bring the senator in. Go ahead, Myean.
The previous administration, for which a former passport director was sanctioned by the U.S. government. You were NSA director at the time. Yes, I was. And the government of Liberia honored President Weah with Myean as Minister of Foreign Affairs, announced the launch of an investigation. With your confirmation here, we honor this administration, these issues were raised, and there were commitments to resurrect those issues for closure and for people to be brought to book where applicable. Where are we? That's the investigation talking about in reference to one group. The investigation was completed and power to court.
So it's not right.
Well, Myean, if we guys,
where are we? That's the investigation talking about in reference to one group. The investigation was completed and power to court. Never went to court. That investigation was sent to court. The sale of passport involving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, alleging with Dewey Gray and Comfort Sawyer. No, I know the issue of Yempo. The Senate court. So there is no active investigation regarding that issue that led to the sanctioning of the issue of one group. That was we had a team that came from the states, and we all worked together in reference to that investigation. And so a report was made. How the Minister of Justice and I went to court.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
okay. That's the clip of what happened in the Liberian Senate. As you may be aware, Senator Delon is the chairperson of the Senate Committee on one of the most powerful committees in the Liberian Senate, the Foreign Affairs.
This is something where we're discussing the security issues. The U.S. government continues to remind us about our overstay rates in the United States, including from officials with privileged passports that go to the U.S. and do not return. When they overstay, and it's causing the country as a whole a problem. Our bigger problem on visa is not from the passport. Our biggest problem on visa is overstay. And we have to acknowledge that problem and work on it together. Now, we've gone.
Okay, Maya, let's get started. Yeah, I think we got it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the argument. Today is March 17, 2025, and we have a special guest for the first time, Senator Ibrahim Darius Dillon, a Senate chairman on foreign affairs, also the chairman on information and broadcasting and tourism. And Senator Dillon, is no stranger to the press, the media. There's no conversation talk about the Liberian Senate and the legislature you won't have his name involved in. He's because of the role he has played. You may like him or hate him, but like somebody said, he has brought some changes to the legislature that we must admit. And so, especially when it came to the line of voting, before the use of voting executive session, vote privately, but he said every vote should be no. And since then, that's why that has been the case. So again, tonight, we're happy to have Senator Dillon. And all much ado, let me bring the Honorable Senator for Montserrat County, Ibrahim Darius Dillon. Senator Dillon, welcome and happy to have you on the closing argument.
Well, Tomalin, finally you got me here.
Yes.
Practically drag me here, man. Happy belated birthday, my man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I see Jerome came up great beer. I mean, waiting for you.
Yeah, you see how the Bassa people don't like Bassa people. I never see me here. You can get Bassa. Remember myself from Bitena, we know.
Sylvester, how you doing? Lofa Julius, how you doing? Let me say
I'm doing good.
Let me say good evening, good day to your viewers, wherever you are viewing from. It's a pleasure being on the closing argument for the first time. And let's keep it going.
How's the family? How's your family? How's your health? How's everything and at the end of the globe?
Well, family is doing good. We give God the glory. Health is okay.
How's the mom?
Oh, my mom is okay. She's in Buchanan. We had an Episcopal convention closure last week. I was in Buchanan for the Episcopal. I'm an Episcopalian.
Oh, for real? I never knew the Episcopalian.
Oh yeah, I was in the Accurate girl. What I call other boy.
Yeah, awesome.
Our church. How they call the church? And give me all the Basapo church.
Which one?
All the Basapo. I know we like where.
The Episcopal church in
every time you see him at Julia Donkey, they are the church, not the Episcopal church.
Yes, St. John's Episcopal Church in Grand Bassa County.
That's correct.
And then when I moved to Monrovia in the late 80s, started to worship at St. Augustine's, but I kept my membership at St. John's in Grand Bassa County, so mostly that's what I do there. But it's good to be here at Tomalin and all of you guys. Where's Dr. Peabody?
Peabody, I think he's airborne right now. On that way to you guys. He's airborne.
He just arrived in Monrovia.
Yeah, arrived, okay. Because
okay.
He left, okay. Yeah.
Thank God for your safe arrival.
Yeah.
Where's Ben Sanvee?
Chairman will be joining us soon here. I just talked. He'll be joining us soon.
Okay, let's go. Where's Robert? Garguah.
Robert is coming.
I really want my man on, man.
Robert coming.
But it's good.
It's good to have you, man. Senator Dillon, let's get it going. Senator Dillon, today at the Liberian Senate, there was a hearing that took place, and the issue of the Liberian passport, issue with former passport director who is now sanctioned by the U.S. government, Andrew Wampo, was brought to face. Personally, what's the government doing right now with this investigation concerning Andrew Wampo? Even though he was sanctioned, but he's also on an investigation. What's the start of this investigation as far as you aware as Senate Chairman of the Senate Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs?
Well, I asked that question today. We had a scheduled hearing. The hearing was already scheduled. As chair on the committee and to bring the Senate to the people and to bring the people up to speed with what we do and with the sector that we provide oversight over, I have made it my business to do a quarterly hearing with the sector institutions, and in this case, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This hearing was already scheduled from last week, and then we got this news about a likely or possible visa restriction on Liberia if Liberia doesn't take certain measures. And so we had to include that on the agenda. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs and her team were already scheduled to appear before the committee for us to get a complete overview of the Liberia foreign relations, the deployment of foreign service officials, Liberian students out there on bilateral and multilateral scholarship, the Japanese grant rights and all that stuff. We wanted to have a complete overview, the challenges and progress made so far, and what we can do as a legislative body, especially from the Senate, to enhance the functions and activities of the foreign ministry. And so, and then all of a sudden over the weekend, this thing about a likely visa restriction on Liberia popped. So it made its way to the on the agenda. And I think it was good that we included that on the agenda because it's of public interest, it's of concern to this country and to all of us. And so, yes, regarding your specific question, the issue about the sale of diplomatic passport, I particularly asked the question to the minister because she inherited that. I wanted to know the current status of that matter. Henry Pearson, who is now the head of the Passport Bureau, was NSA director at the time, and he responded to the effect that that matter was investigated from the security standpoint, and it was forwarded to the court, and that the matter is before the court. But then, unfortunately, Nyenwolo fled the country. And because of that information today, my committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, will do a follow-up as to how far the matter is on the docket of the court, and then so we can pick up from there. So thus far, it is what it is.
Okay, so my second question, Senator DeLon. So as of the moment, the issue about I heard the foreign minister saying that the issue about passport was not the reason why the U.S. government is placing Liberia on certain travel restrictions, or whatever the case. Are you satisfied with that answer from the foreign minister, or do you think she should have gone further to explain more about the issue about the U.S. government decision on travel restriction?
No, Tomalin, if you went back to the clip or to the hearing video, the minister was responding to a specific question. In the first place, the minister said that the U.S. government has now formally informed the Liberian government through the channel. So it is on the media, on the social media, it's in some American paper, but through the diplomatic channel, the U.S. government has not formally communicated its decision because a decision has not been reached yet. It has not been formally communicated to the Liberian government, but meanwhile, she has reached out to the U.S. embassy here in Liberia to find out what's happening, and the U.S. ambassador assigned or accredited to Liberia has informed her, according to her, that he himself, as the ambassador of America accredited to Liberia, was completely unaware as at yet. But what the minister was specifically responding to was what could be some of the reasons for massive visa denial of Liberians. And she was giving a reflective report as to what she had engaged the U.S. Embassy on a few weeks or months ago, and what the embassy has said to her regarding denial of Liberians and the reason for visa denial in huge numbers because of overstay and what have you. The minister was not responding to the latest media reports that Liberia is part of 43 countries that may likely be up for visa restriction. So she was not responding to anything formal because nothing formal has come before the government of Liberia. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, we'll go to Lofa, then we'll go to Lofa then in Jerome. Lofa Julius.
Senator DeLon, once again, welcome. Great to have you on here.
Thank you, Julius.
I'm going to take a step back, and then hopefully the rest of the guys can come forward. Is you're well aware that the name, the light, or the symbolic representation of yourself, the light, is what a lot of people ran with and people are running with today. When they speak of Senator DeLon, they think the light. I want to ask in this regard, there's several promises that were made on the campaign trail. One, you spoke of salary reduction. Two, you promised Liberians to hopefully change the way things are done at the Senate. Thus far, I will start with those two promises thus far. Describe to us tonight how far do you think you are in accomplishing those goals or promises that were made during the campaign when you reference those in leadership back then that they were incompetent and were misleading or not doing the right thing?
No, I said it was spineless.
Okay, okay, there you go. Okay,
Spineless.
I like it.
Yeah, I remember
Okay.
very well.
I like the fact that you're stating it exact word. Go ahead.
Yeah, spineless. Julius, today we are discussing the Senate, the legislature as a whole, because we went in there and put a light on. We opened the door. Everything else, the ones that are good, the ones that are bad, the ones that make people angry, the ones that people don't like, everything is awesome. That's putting the light on. We shut the door to executive secret session. We vote on the record. No yea and nay on critical issues. You hear yea and nay in the Senate where there are procedural things that we're doing, like adopting agenda or passing a regular bill. But on crucial issues like voting on budget, if we have to vote on resolution to declare state of emergency, if we have to confirm a nominee, we have to ratify concession agreements, and you name them. Today, no senator in the Liberian Senate can deny that he voted or he did not vote on an issue. Nobody hiding on a year and nay and a longer. The Liberian Senate is open to the public. All cameras are in there. The media flows in there today. Everybody knows about what's happening in the Senate. The Liberian Senate is transformed in a way that our doors are open to the public. Let me tell you about this salary issue. I have said at a certain point in time, I was going to stop talking about it because I was reaching the conclusion that we are not serious about this salary reduction thing. When I was running for senator, everywhere I went, I was very deliberate that what we are hearing, that lawmakers are making 15,000 is outrageous. If I go in there and I found out that it is true, let me work around.
Rawa is pseudo.
I'm a better man, Nagel.
Wow. They got injustice.
Respect.
Not regular suit, but a red tie, ready for fire.
Yeah. Robert, welcome.
Welcome, sir.
I have said that if it is confirmed that lawmakers were making 15,000 as we were hearing, not verified then, when I go in there, I will fight for us to make 5,000 monthly. It's my view. It was my view then. It's still my view today that we should make 5,000. But what I campaigned on, I was very specific. If it is true we are making 15,000, I will give Maserado back 10,000 every month, monthly income. If it is 100,000, I would take 5,000 and give Maserado back 95,000. If it is 50,000, I would take 5,000 and give Maserado 45,000. If it is 5,100, I will give Maserado back 100 and I will take 5,000 because 5,000 have always been my baseline. If it is 5,000 or less, then Maserado gets nothing in return from my monthly income. When I became senator, I verified that information because I was elected and I was entitled to. I had a press conference and I said that the senators were taking $15,325 US in gross, and after tax deduction, it was $12,200. My first pay I took in 2019, my first pay I took in 2019 was on the harmonization. We have reduced the Senate money, monthly earnings, from $15,000 to $10,494 gross. After tax deduction, $7,900. It was from that $7,900. I said I would give Maserado $2,900, but I will add $100 there to make it $3,000. every month to give to Monserrado County. And I did that from 2019 every month through the county council that was set up publicly every month until September 2021, when I dedicated our rehab center. And I'm deliberate when I say our rehab center, because I think almost everybody on this platform made some contribution to the opening, the construction and opening of that rehab center, which is fully functional today. September 2021, when we launched the rehab center, there I made a public statement that the 3,000 I was giving back to Monserrado County every month, that 3,000 would now be dedicated and used to get this place functional to rehabilitate our people according to the capacity of the rehab center. I have not dropped the ball on that. I'm good with my conscience on that.
Lofa, your second question.
I think you're muted. I can hear the senator. Is it just me?
No,
Yeah, Lofa, second question.
Okay.
no, I'm not
second-
muted. So if you want to expand on that, I can also go ahead, because at the rehab center, apart from rehabilitating people practically free of charge, that rehab center provides livelihood for 17 staff, a medical doctor, executive director, a psychiatrist, clinician, kitchen staff, 5 security. They get honorarium every month. Our patients, when we put them in there, we feed them 3 times a day, good meal. We cater to their medical needs while they are in there. We clothe them. I just want to give God the glory that I carry this passion to develop one Liberian, to form one Liberian, one at a time. We have graduated 5 batches of Liberians from drug addiction and substance abuse. The 5th batch were all female. We are on the 6th cycle of all female currently as we speak. That's where the 3,000 goes. What did we do with the 3,000 before we dedicated the rehab center? We renovated the Newport Street Market because that's what the people asked for through the county council that we set up. That market was constructed in the late 80s. Nobody touched it until I became senator. We renovated the entire market. It's on Newport Street, right behind Joy FM. Everybody knows that. That 3,000 reconstructed and renovated the public toilet facility at the PHP community down the South Beach. Nobody defecates on the beach any longer. We put in commodes. We transform it from pit latrine to commode. We put in new commodes and everything and dedicated and turn it over to the community leadership to manage it. That 3,000, we went to district number 17 with the former representative Hassan Kiazuru. There's a community somewhere in district number 17, they call it corner yard. They built a hand pump there for the community because that's what they wanted. We went on Ashmore Street in district number 7. We got a 1,500 capacity poly tank to pump safe drinking water to the community of Ashmore Street. We also went on district number 9 in the central Matadi area. These are all public things I'm talking about, not secret. The central Matadi Mosque, they asked us to intervene. We did a full bathroom. Those of you who are Muslim or those who are listening who are Muslim, they know the importance, religious importance of the bathroom facility attached to a mosque. They said for years, they've been suffering over there. And we did that. We were doing these interventions. Meanwhile, we put a bill on the floor to pass into law that no lawmaker should make more than $5,000. That bill was sent to the committee room and remained there through all the weird administration. People say, oh, Dylan was being political, he was fake, he was playing politics. Honor this rescue government last October, I resurrected that bill and it's active with the Senate. I'm looking forward to putting. we pass it, good. If lawmakers insist in the majority that they don't want the bill, they don't want to make 5,000, they want to make more, well, then I think I have tried. So much for my salary discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Chairman, say you want to run, so let's give the chairman a chance. Chairman,
yeah,
I beg you.
Yeah, Lofa, I beg you. I think I think there's a lot of panelists. On my recommendation is I think everybody probably just go one question and a follow up.
So just go one question. Okay.
And then do it for the second round. You know, just to give everybody a chance to participate. Because this is a highly and I'm not going to ask a question. The reason is I'm an active member of the newly reconciled Liberty Party, and in the interest of party discipline, I'm not going to.
They don't come to this. So they don't come now. You find it. Identify with Liberty Party now. Go ahead.
So finally, you're a member of Liberty Party today, Ben.
Wait. Let's stop. No, wait. Let's stop. Let's stop.
Ask you a question.
Let's stop. I was very clear. Oh man, Pewee, relax. And
I'm not relaxing. Basically, right now, what are
you talking about, Pewee?
So you don't came here for partisan politics.
But Pewee, you got problem with it.
No. I'm just heading somewhere. That's all. Because I will hold you
Mr.
tomorrow.
Moderator, am I protected?
I will hold you tomorrow and remind you.
Mr. Moderator, am I protected, please?
Go ahead, please.
I don't want to know if I'm protected. You see how I can treat it? No, I'm just listen. No, first of all, let me say I actually have to run. I actually have to run. I wanted to welcome Senator Dillon to the platform, like he rightly said. I think it's important that we open the space and give everybody a chance to be heard. And I appreciate him and I commend him because I know there are folks on this. Let's talk about people, man. I know there are people on this platform who have strong things they want to talk to Senator Dillon. And that's why I said I'm going to go ahead and take a step back. But I just wanted to come and welcome my friend and my brother. Well, let me say big brother, before he hold me, he could tell we got a joke in the back, right? But no, Dillon, it's good. Thank you for coming. We're holding the platform. Now we're trying our best to make sure that we keep the platform open to everybody. The elections are over, so we're in governance time. But I do want to just say something to you quickly, and I want to ask you something quickly, like I said, while you expand on it. On the issue of the rehab center, is it only being funded through your contribution? Is it being subsidized by government? Who are the other funders for that center? By the way, you're doing great work there. I have followed all of the graduations, but I want to know if it's being funded only by the 3,000 that you are contributing. Who are the other funders, and is there anything that you are willing to propose on the national scale? Because this is pretty much just a drop in the ocean, right? This is a problem. This is a real problem. What do you intend to do to take it to the larger scale? That's just my question. And then I know there will be enough political questions going around, so I will hold that.
Yeah. So I'm humbled to say, humbly proud to say that all of the over 100 persons we have been able to recover by the grace of God from the center. I think one or two have gone back into relapse. So we have a very huge high rate of positive, and we have our team to do regular tracking to know progress, of those who went through the cycle and how they're doing. And two have gone back into relapse. We were able to recover a Liberian journalist, one Ishmael Josiah. We were able to recover a banker, graduated from Cottington University, was head teller of one of the banks here, and went into drug. We recovered him. And a lot of young folks, male as well as female. And so I take humble pride in that. I do not intend, as long as I'm senator, I do not intend to get subsidy from government. It will serve a conflict of interest. I am hell-bent not to take a dime from government in subsidy. If a public official, like it normally happens, or ordinary citizen, If a public official finds one person who is on a drug addiction or substance abuse and want to sponsor the person at the center, we allow that. But for the government through the budget to subsidize a center that we run, especially an NGO humanitarian, it will come across as we influenced it, and we don't want that. We have a board. Majority of the membership is in America. We are very, very thankful and grateful to Liberians in the diaspora who have decided that, notwithstanding Dillon's politics, that rehab center is not political. It's recovering our fellow Liberians, fellow human beings. And so we got some of our friends, one of the friends of Dillon mothers, still chipping in monthly to beef up where we fall short. But yes, that 3,000 goes to the center every month. And apart from the 3,000, there are a lot of things we do over there. Then that player has current throughout. We got generator, LEC goes. We are doing a complete hand pump so that water facility, instead of using the well, they had, right now we're constructing the hand pump and all of that stuff in the place there. And yeah, so it has been funded hugely, largely from the money will be returned every month. We have committed to that, and we have not fallen back on that. And then it's also we have our fellow Liberians who have insisted that they will not let the center die. If I voted in a way that they didn't like, the center won't stop up because of that. If they are in another political party, notwithstanding I'm in another political party, or I lean someplace, or I'm not leaning another place, they don't mind that. So yes, the short of the law is that the $3,000 usually funds and supports the running of the center, coupled with assistance from fellow Liberians home and abroad. And by the way, there's a container on the way from Liberians, especially in America. It will soon be clearing. And every time the center gets a container, we will continue from our friends and supporters. We pay to carry it from the port. We don't use government duty free. We don't use government influence. We pay. The center is called the Center for Rehabilitation and Reintegration. It is legally registered in Liberia as an NGO, not-for-profit institution, and it is also registered as the higher call it 501c.
Yeah, 501c
in America. Yeah, so we are almost concluding that process so that we can be qualified for some grant and other donations from especially America. So far, that's what it is.
Thank you so much. And like I said, I have to run. So, but yeah, quick follow up. So, just answer the one direct politics. Is the Liberia Party still determined as an opposition party, or is it a part of the UP, the ruling alliance? You are a leader in the party.
Liberty Party is
an exonerate.
Liberty Party is a political institution that did not enter into a merger.
Okay.
With any institution. Liberty Party legally, institutionally, was actually with ANC. Legally. It was members of Liberty Party that formed part of the alliance.
Wow.
With Unity Party. And part of the understanding, because you guys had the legal paper, so we could not have filled that legislative candidates in the name of the party, because you guys had you and Musa had the party paper and we had the people.
You had the people.
Yeah, you had the paper, we had the people.
Okay.
And because we could not have filled that candidate legally in the name of Liberty Party, we reached an understanding with Unity Party to fill small candidates or our candidates in the name of Unity Party, so that with our confidence that we will win the election and likely reconcile the Liberty Party when that should happen, all those who were fielded on Unity Party ticket under that understanding will come back home to become Liberty Party lawmakers. The Liberty Party is a political institution. We would, as much as we part of a rescue government. Liberty Party institutionally is not in measure with the Unity Party. We collaborate, we support, and we will critique, and we will hold the government accountable where applicable, and will make the appropriate recommendation for progress.
Thank you. I just wanted to put down the record because I said it.
Ben, just what you said quickly about, you said you guys had the paper, they had the people. Then my question quickly to that is, you have the people and the people expel you. Then how can you reconcile that? But anyway, we will force you on to.
Yeah, my man, when you're talking to our question, you I see you. Senator, thank you for showing up.
I said Sylvester Russian.
No, I'm not rushing.
Sylvester is the spokesperson for CMC, so he trying to.
Let's go to Jerome.
Thank you, Ben.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where Jerome?
Yeah, so let it have all questions come now because Ben finished with the softball.
Thank you, Senator. You have almost an hour infomercial, which is good. That's why they brought you here to make you look good. By the way, a disclaimer.
Hey, man. Come let me look bad now. I didn't have question about.
Okay. A disclaimer. Darrell Dillon, Honorable Dillon, and myself, we are considered relatives. His mother, the only policewoman in Bassa at the time, and his uncle, Aaron Pele, who were Bassa High School classmates on the same desk. So his mother used to make sure that we had recess every day with the girls. So we are not any strange people here. I mean, we are family, to be very frank with you. But Honorable Dillon, let's get to serious business here.
Please.
You have been known, or you were known for the fastest confirmation, maybe in Liberian history. You confirm Gray and Sawyer in the twinkle of an eye, in the absence of the public. Now that Liberia is under scrutiny, these are people who were under investigation for possible fraud in passport, yet and still under the cloud of darkness. You confirm them before the nation could even come. Can you take responsibility for the calamity that is about to, based on what I read in the New York Times about the possible imposition of travel ban on the entire nation?
You know, like the way some of you guys just said on the media, and with confidence, speak all complete untruth. And when people decide, let them go ahead, then it sounds to be true. Comfort Sawyer was never confirmed by the Senate because her appointment did not meet or require Senate confirmation. When you sit on your platform every day and say they confirm Comfort Sawyer under the cover of darkness, fastest confirmation hearing, you have bathed in your own lie and belief for so long, so we allow you to dress nicely and lie. DY Gray confirmation was held for 2 months. 2 months. 2 months.
That's true.
2 months confirmation process cannot be the fastest. My committee thoroughly investigated DY Gray. One of the issues that were placed on her head was that she presided over the sale of 29,000 ordinary Liberian passports. Now, with that information, I would never have confirmed to DY Gray. So the Senate committee, we investigated, we formally, officially honored my signature as chair of the committee. When DY Gray came, she said the passports were intact. NSA cleared the passport container from the port, and the passports were not sold. They were in the custody of the NSA. The committee honored my signature, formally wrote the NSA, seeking clarity over that matter. The NSA formally communicated to us, the Liberian Senate, and said the NSA cleared the passport from the port, 29,000 pieces, and they were at the NSA compound in a container lodged at the NSA compound. If the NSA, which is the National Security Agency, formally places itself on record that they have 29,000 ordinary passports that were alleged to have been stolen or sold by Dewey Gray, and once it is in the custody of the government, then it would not have been true that Dewey Gray sold passports. So we confirm her after 2 months. When you come and with that, and the fastest confirmation here, we honor the cover of that. Just because you are not following does not mean we are not being meticulous. Again, let me correct you, my dear brother. Comfort Sawyer, the widow of the late Dr. Amos Sawyer, who was Deputy Minister at Foreign Affairs, was not appointed to any job that requires Senate confirmation. She was appointed on the board of NASCO, and she went straight to work because in keeping with the law, that position does not require Senate confirmation. So when you can say we confirm Comfort Sawyer, fast, honor the darkness, everybody was sleeping. You don't let us see over.
Okay, Honorable Dillon, like I say, the information is going on. Let's look at this. You, as the chair of that,
do you agree that Comfort Sawyer was not appointed to a Senate confirmation position?
Listen, the idea here that you are in charge of this particular committee that is in charge of foreign affairs, and
the fact that you came, the fact that you cannot time for hardball question and answer.
Yeah, but let me land.
First thing, you must have the character to admit that you did not steal the right information to the public.
Mr. Dillon, Honorable Dillon.
No, you can call me Dillon.
No. Let us not talk about character. Let us not go there. But what
I think okay, so you should have the spine. Okay,
let us not talk about spine either, because I would say you don't have that as well. But let's go.
Sure, yeah. But are you going to admit that Comfort Sawyer position was not up for Senate confirmation and you told the truth?
When you admit that your confirmation brought this calamity on Liberia as we speak?
Which one? Comfort Sawyer?
We are talking about what's happening now with this letter from the New York Times. They leaked information from the New York Times that Liberia is about to be imposed a yellow card. Will you take responsibility for being part of that?
As a government?
No, you as the chair of a particular foreign committee.
As a government, how will I take responsibility when you say I confirm somebody who did not come for confirmation hearing?
Honorable Dillon, answer the question. Will you take responsibility
I'm answering you.
of that for particular committee that is bringing a calamity on Liberia based on the New York Times?
The committee did not issue passport. The committee did not print passport. The committee
did not say that it is your job to do the investigation. It is your job to be in charge of national security. You should have known.
But if you let me answer, I said as a government, even what we inherited, especially under the rescue government, no casting blame. Government is continuity. We have a duty to take the responsibility of what we inherited, correct it.
Honorable Dillon, you didn't inherit anything because the president went on.
When was the passport allegedly sold?
Listen to
was
this.
it under this administration?
This administration, the president spoke to the nation and said all passports were canceled, period. So anybody in possession of a passport was null and void, couldn't be used. And after that, we are finding out that.
But General, how you can get half information like that?
No, it's not half information.
The government took a measure to say all diplomatic passports that were active for 6 years.
That's correct.
Will be reduced to 2 years.
That's correct.
The government has not withdrawn ordinary passports, not one.
No, we're not talking about ordinary passport. We're talking about diplomatic passports. I'm reading the report here. So what I'm telling you here is, since the pronouncement from the government that everything will have been stopped, okay? Everybody that was in possession of Liberian diplomatic passport will be null and void. After that, we are still seeing that passports have been sold.
Where?
In Liberia.
It's just another wildcat allegation like the Comfort Sawyer issue that you spewed here that was not true, my brother.
There you go. We have the proof that
bring the hand on. Now you're talking. Bring
now
the
we are
proof
talking
that passports, that diplomatic passport has been sold under this administration.
This particular foreign affairs minister on a
bring
whole,
one.
How many ministers do we have?
I said bring one diplomatic passport under the rescue government that have been sold and exposed.
Listen,
yes.
I don't want to have them here because I got them from other sources that you
cannot make a claim like this and then you scratch your head.
Publish them.
When we are not on the platform, you make your monologue, you say what you want to say. When we're on the platform, we'll correct you.
You have not taken responsibility for the calamity that we had.
I can't take responsibility.
It was under your auspices. It was under your leadership that
the passport were printed.
Justice for this country.
That the passports were printed on our administration? Is that what you're suggesting? Did you come with a mindset or for us to have an open dialogue to educate one another, correct one another, and then put up the proper information?
Honorable Dylan, you cannot speak on something that is factual. You cannot.
But I just told you that you just lied about comfort soil.
Nobody lied.
And you don't want to take that.
Did you know that comfort soil was also on an investigation? Did you know? You didn't
comfort soil was not on an investigation.
Oh, come on. Okay, I read
comfort soil did not come for confirmation hearing. You lied to the public, and you've been doing it, and you've been lying like this for 1 year.
Dylan, if you say that Comfort was not on an investigation, she was not part of the investigation, then I rest my case.
Don't jump on one tree. You said we confirmed Comfort soil over this administration, and I said, and I just exposed you.
Why you don't want to talk about the totality of your committee?
You said this thing is upon us because we confirmed Comfort soil in the night.
I will not lie.
The Comfort soil never came for confirmation. It means you lying.
Okay, let me progress.
Yeah, I think we can move on.
Let's give that people comes in. Welcome, Professor Kennedy. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sarah, welcome.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Dylan, I don't get no welcome. Come on, Senator.
Hey, Larry.
It's been a while.
Professor, thank you. It's been a while. We didn't see you on the show, but welcome also. Senator, good to see you. Quite frankly, let me admit here today, I'm proud to sit here and say I was a former member of the Friends of the Law.
Yes.
That basically started this process. To see you represent the states today as Senator of Montserrat County, I'm very proud of you. And let me say to you, thank you for your service. Tomani, please permit me before moving on to just say this in for maybe a minute before asking my two very short questions or one question. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at the time, I served as Assistant Minister for Public Diplomacy at the level of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And when as the Senator just explained about the 29,000 passport booklets that was printed by Buck Press, price based in Accra, Ghana, that got the contract to print all of our passports, including the privileged passports. And it's true, actually, that this process of investigation was cleared by NSA, and most of those accusations against Madame Duegre, the current Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, most of these were just basically mere and sweeping allegations against her personality that were meant probably to bring her to the mouth or to the water, if you will. There was a detailed investigation conducted by the NSA, even before the whole saga erupted about the former director of passport. And we put into place a kind of a mechanism. Even when Bezel Gaffini left the ministry, when Dee Maxwell came in and took over, there was a mechanism he put in place to handle this process about the passport quickly. About the New York Times report, there are 43 countries, I believe. They put in place at the time, they got three zones you don't want to be in. It's the yellow zone, the orange zone, and the red zone. We are currently as country in the yellow zone.
Correct.
If you move to the orange zone, meaning we in the yellow zone, we are not yet in the orange zone. If you are in the red zone, for instance, countries like Somalia, there's 43 countries, not only Liberia.
Right.
Now, part of the reason why some of these things came into play was at the time there were certain Liberians that were expected to be deported. They said the government of Liberia was now coordinating to prepare travel document for those people. And one of the reasons we were fixed to be placed on that category. The ministry moved to start saying, we will start travel document process and we'll ensure that we'll get travel document to these people that needed to be deported, and then also work on our passport process. And I want to believe the then minister, the current minister, because this is our travel instrument. It's not only the diplomatic passport, but as you stated that all passport, no, not all, it was privileged passport. It was privileged passport. So I thought to make this clarification quickly, Georgie, and moving on to this process about our passport issue and all these things that have been unfolding. It's a clear issue. It's not only Liberia, but if we work as a government institution, a country, we can work to remove us from the back in the regular zone and remove, but we're currently in the yellow zone, not yet even in the orange zone before the red zone. The red zone is the most dangerous zone you don't want to find yourself in, and the orange zone. And I want to believe, I hope the government will put measures in place to ensure that we are totally out of those zones. But Senator, quickly, let me take you back to this issue about what the Minister of Foreign Affairs said today, and I'm afraid it would be one of the reasons why we headed to where we're going. If you listen to her, if I'm wrong, say this. She said, Liberian, we have to be consistent in our diplomatic pattern in terms of our foreign policy objective. And I believe that was an error on the part of the minister. We cannot be consistent because there was a point she said, the United States, prove me wrong here, the United States government asked us, Liberia, to support them in the recent vote they decided with Russia. And she said, no, they didn't do it because we've been consistent voting against that pattern. Did you recall her saying that today?
Yes, I did.
Yes. And she said that, and someone asked, and she said the reason is consistency. As chairman on our foreign relation in the Honorable Liberian Senate, do you believe that Liberia should focus on our foreign policy orientation? The issue about the non-alliance process, that every country that is recognized by the UN, that Liberia can do business with those countries. Because the point there that the minister is saying today, you always work with America. You voted all of the time, Minister Myean days, Minister Benonga Day, all the other foreign ministers, we work with America.
If I understood, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, quickly before you come there. Recently, America asked us, before the whole 43 country thing could come up, they asked us to side with them with the Russia issue, and we said we'll not do it. And now, remember, we have a new regime. What do you think are we headed? The fact that we've been signed with them, and this time around, we refuse to side with them on a new regime that is not taking lightly the kind of issues.
When the minister was talking about consistency regarding the Ukraine issue, Liberia has always voted in favor of Ukraine against Russia.
Yes.
America has always voted for Ukraine against Russia. Until recently, when Trump took over, America voted for Russia. It was that consistency, the minister, if I got it right, it was that consistency aspect the minister was talking about, that we are always voted in favor of Russia. To the extent that this time when America decided to flip in favor of Russia, we held that consistency and voted in favor of Ukraine. Meaning, Liberia has always voted in favor of Ukraine. America has always voted in favor of Ukraine when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. Until recently, when America flipped to vote in favor of Russia, Liberia kept that consistency and voted in favor of Ukraine. Now
do you think that was a good decision to the new leadership? You agree with the past government consistently supported them. Do you think it was a good diplomatic?
At a certain point in time, Liberia has to chart its own course. Okay. Liberia has to stand up as a country else. Look, it must be about what is there for Liberia first. What is Liberia's core interest first? Any other person that benefits after, once Liberia's interest has been served, met. Any other person who benefits from fine. Liberia is taking up a course where it would be about Liberia and Liberia first.
Okay,
it's about America and America first. Okay. It's about Russia and Russia first. It is time for us to stop being subservient and start to chart our own course and stand up so that people can start to respect us as a nation, discuss with us, negotiate with us, and then part of the negotiation, if we will have to meet in the middle, it will have to cross over, it must be about us first.
Okay, so we should leverage our foreign policy
correct
process very well. Lastly,
correct.
Do you think this government, quick question, the Unity Party-led government headed by Joseph Yuma Boakai, do you think the government is spineless as per her operation from the day they got inaugurated to now?
No, I wouldn't say the government is spineless. I will admit that all is not well. This is not what we have envisioned. There are some blunders, there are some errors, reversible errors that did not need to be made. And there are some very huge challenges. If I were just reading somebody asking some of you to ask me if the economy is still in the toilet. In fact, the economy is in the septic tank. We are trying to use a liquid chemical to water it and so we can flush it out of that septic tank. It is a tough thing. When you rescue something from a deep pit, when something is in a deep pit, and you have to rescue it from there, the energy, the effort being applied down there, that pit, that is not seen. People don't tend to appreciate it until you bring it to shore. So yes, it would be about Liberia. This government, I won't say it doesn't have the spine, but we are not happy as we have envisioned that we should be in 1 year. We should have set this country on course to send a clear message, give a clear direction. We have issue with rule of law. We have issue with tampering with tenure jobs. We have issue with people being like a lackadaisical on their job. We have some delay in taking robust action to serve as deterrent. We must admit, we must summon the spine to admit that this is not as we envisioned. In 2019, when I was elected, the first 2 weeks in office, 2020 was decided already. The actions I took in 2019, the country and people who voted me were excited. Those who doubted me got off the fence and were waiting for 2020 to vote. The number of persons who contested against me or contested with in 2019, the number dropped in 2020 because some people said, they don't win, I'm not going to waste my money. I have thought and I hope that in 2024, we're going to set a clear tune. We dropped the ball and we have to pick it up.
Robert Garguah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Senator Abraham Darius Dillon. Welcome to the platform. Let me start by asking.
Thank you, Rob.
What is the cost to sponsor someone at your rehab center? What's the cost? Is it annually? Is it quarterly? What's the cost?
So normally a cycle runs 4 to 5 months maximum.
So
yeah, so it's about like $750 to $900 per person per cycle.
Okay.
So I can do 10%.
I will sponsor someone. And that's my contribution to what you are doing. Okay.
Thank you, my brother.
My pleasure. Now to the question. Please allow me, because we don't have time. I wrote some things down. I don't want to speak just in my head. But let's start this way. Abraham Darius Dillon, you requested for transportation after your induction as senator. Yeah. A car purchased by the government, a waste that you frown on as an aspirant, was provided and you accepted.
Yes.
You unnecessarily lied You intentionally lied and misled many who trusted you about something as simple as flying business class. And when confronted with the truth, you doubled down only to apologize later. In the midst of an epidemic, you and other senators accepted 30,000 rather than directing said funds to competing national priorities. As a lawmaker whose primary and core responsibility is to make laws, oversight, and check and balance, you have joined the project-based and humanitarian lawmaking syndrome rather than respecting the Community Empowerment Act that gave the Liberian Agency for Community Empowerment that basically dedicates their responsibility to the Liberian Agency for Community Empowerment. You once frowned on the use of private jet by the former president, but seems more interested in the need, and I quote, the need of private jet by a president you campaign for. I want you to take an opportunity because I personally, I'm not a big fan of you. I respect you. This is not personal, but I want to give you an opportunity to have a conversation. Many refers to you today, including myself, as a fake Chinese light because you got elected on the basis of being transparent. You got elected on the basis of country first. You got elected on the basis of patriotism. You got elected during a very vulnerable moment in a time in most of our counted on the ticket of CPP, and you did not uphold many of these promises made to the public. And so some refers to you as fake light. Is it a fair statement that you essentially lied your way to becoming senator by betraying public trust?
No, I did not.
Explain, please.
Thank you. I made a commitment that purchasing, giving lawmakers money to purchase vehicles 40,000 and above. You give me that money, I will buy a used car, 20,000 or below. I went in there was a vehicle. Government policy has changed. They don't give you money for vehicle. They don't give you transportation allowance as the case was. They will buy a vehicle. And government policy by law is that no purchase of used vehicle. The vehicle was already purchased and it was sitting at African Motor for Sheridan. I took the vehicle and I explained why. I got in that vehicle. I took the vehicle September 2019. I got in that vehicle in 2020 and I got over 200,000 votes. The vehicle issue was not an issue for the people because they understood. The vehicle issue was not an issue for the people. I got elected in 2019 with 100,000 votes. In 2020, I got over 200,000 votes in that vehicle. I admit that the issue of my ticket was a lie, unnecessary lie that I should not have told. But the thing is, we used to it in the country where even Jesus exposed us as public officials. We have some of us would say Jesus doctored the video and was supposed to go back us. I got questions. Even when I was exposed, I could have held onto it, challenge the newspaper. That Liberia, 2-3 days is gone. But in good conscience, I came back to say, look, what I said in defense of this ticket issue was a lie. Apologize to Front Page Africa. I used that as a stepping stone, never to even try that again. Never. Fake light, Chinese light, jack-o'-lantern, whichever kind of light, where you are now, just switch that light off and see how the place will be dark. Then use your phone light and just put it on. You will see small light. We wanted this country to have hope that if you have more people like some of us who have small conscience, that even if we sleep, We don't feel good until we come up again and say, I slipped. I apologize. I won't do it again. This country ain't used to it. So from 2019, 2020, those who, for political reasons, for 2023 elections, will use one thing over and over to define my future. No, Robert, I'm not like that. I don't let it define me. I use it as a platform, stepping stone, stepping ground, not to do it again if I ever did that wrong. So, yes, fake light, I accept it. Chinese light, I accept it. Jack-o'-lantern, I accept it. The fact is that everything ending in light. When I said let's reduce our salary and earn 5,000 every month, 103 of us, or at least 100 of us, apart from the speaker, the deputy, and the pro tem, we're going to save the country 6 million every year. If I'm fake, and 99 other lawmakers agree to be fake for us to make the 5,000 every month, the 6 million will save for the country. I won't say if it will be fake. If I'm being political, let other people join me so we can be political like that in the interest of the country. That is the person that I am. And some people call me Mr. Apology. I know what it means. It may sound negative. It may sound degrading. But Robert, that is a kind of strength. Some people don't admit. Even when Jesus bring a video caught in the act, the challenge, I'm not like that. When I'm wrong, as a human being, I slip, I admit, I move on. Not to do that particular thing any longer, but to use it as a ground for improvement. Except I left something else up. You said that I joined into project-based thing. Yes. But I know my responsibility as a lawmaker. I drafted a bill, the National Food Assistance Authority. That authority is like the second version of what you have called FEMA. We do school feeding. Government do voluntary contribution to vulnerable communities and vulnerable organizations. You need an institution with the capacity, the knowledge, and all of that. That institution was given birth an executive order by President William R. Toro. And from time to time, whenever there was a need for government to intervene with humanitarian distribution, they would reactivate it by executive order. President Weah reactivated it by executive order during the COVID-19 stimulus package. Then I developed the thought that if we have one national institution ready to go at any time, like this, then we wouldn't have given $25 million to World Food Program to come do the distribution. And then afterward, World Food Program said they are an international body and we cannot audit them. We need our own national institution. I put that bill on the floor and it passed into law. From the Senate, it's before the House for concurrence. I made an amendment to the Code of Conduct. We will talk about lawmaking. I proposed an amendment to the Code of Conduct, wherein there will be punishment for false declaration, and we gave teeth to the public institution to verify our asset that we declare. And we notarize it. You know that when a document is notarized, it means you are swearing on an oath before the law that what you have declared and signed is the truth and nothing but the truth. After verification, if it is proven that it was a deliberate misrepresentation, you can be prosecuted under the crime of perjury. I also sponsored on the floor the dual citizenship bill that was passed by the House. I put it on the floor in the Senate. Akawas Gray put it on the floor in the House. The House passed it with no restriction. The Senate insisted in majority that they would not have concurred with that bill with no restriction. So we have to put some restriction in it. At least the door was closed to dual citizenship for over 50 years. In order to open the door halfway and allow our citizens to have citizenship, even with some restrictions, I allow it. Because the greater issue was we wanted that dual citizenship bill to pass, and it passed. Right now, I have on the floor the statute of limitation. For me, I'm a reformist. I'm a reform guy. The statute of limitation. The statute of limitation as it is right now, corruption crime especially. You commit a crime, corruption crime, you can sit down on it after 5 years. Even with all of the evidence available, after 5 years, nobody can prosecute you again. I have put a bill on the floor to review the status, the statute of limitation, to extend it to 15 years. And that prosecution of a crime is commenced, 15 years commences at the discovery of the crime, now when it was committed. So for instance, if Darius Dillon or Robert was 20 years old and he committed a corruption crime, and he turned 60 years before that crime was discovered that he committed when he was 20 years old, that's 40 years gone. The day that crime was discovered, committed, prosecution starts from there. The current law says, whether you have evidence, you don't have evidence, once 5 years gone, you can walk away free. We are putting these things to help the fight against corruption, to serve as a deterrent when we're in public office, so that we don't put our hand in all kinds of things and think that we can sit on it for a few years and after that we'll walk free. We do all of these things in keeping with our lawmaking. When it comes to oversight, well, some of you, most of you watch it, the Senate, see what we do there in keeping with our oversight. That's how I want to respond to you, Rob.
Thank you. But let me do a follow-up real quick, Tomalin. Listen, great stuff. And it's great that a lot of people who made, like myself, who have fundamental disagreements with you can get the opportunity to really listen to some of these things that you talked about. But I just want to push back. And again, it's not personal, right?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Allow me to push back a little bit.
Yeah, please.
Listen, none of us are infallible. And I understand that. We are all human beings and we make mistakes, right? But I want you again to tell some of us or convince some of us why you have made mistakes in the past and you've owned up to those mistakes. And I respect people tremendously who make mistakes and admit to it, owns up to that mistakes, right? But here is the issue with that is that when you make mistakes, you learn from those mistakes to not repeat them. And you just alluded to that. The problem is, in your case, you've repeated some of these mistakes. For instance, you did apologize when you said and you frowned on the fact that lawmakers were taking $15,000, and I stand corrected, on projects. And during the epidemic, you guys divided $30,000, and you promised to be transparent about that. You were not transparent about that. You
Rob.
About that.
Rob, I did not apologize.
You did not apologize. Okay. But
Rob.
You just certainly apologized about.
Rob.
You just recently
Rob.
apologized. I'll give you the time. Just take notes.
Yeah.
You just recently apologized to President Weah when the discussion about private jet came up. Now, I understand anyone who wants to seek to understand the need of. The politics and the dishonesty about that is that you did not care to seek the need about the use of private jet when President George Weah used private jet. In fact, it was used as a political arm for political campaign and political purposes. And so people looking at that would look at you and say, wait a minute, I expect Senator Dillon, as opinionated as he is, as outspoken as he is, as transparent as he is, I don't expect him to double down. I don't expect him to make excuses. I expect him to look at the president and say, Mr. President, we frown on this when George Weah came to power. We came on the premise of change. We did not come to repeat what George Weah came to do. So you know what? I do not support the use of private jet. But if there's a need, let's talk about the need of executive mansion using private jet. Maybe there's a need, but you did not do that. So I want you again, take some time, give the explanation. But a lot of people don't believe when you say, listen, I do make mistakes and I will own up to my mistakes to not repeat them. The fact is you've repeated some of those mistakes. So how do you convince me? If I want to give you the opportunity to say, listen, I want to listen to Mr. Dillon. I don't think you're a bad person, but I do think you've lied unnecessarily and excessively. So how do you convince me and others who are watching this platform right now to say, listen, Dillon deserve a second, third, fourth chance? Where does the buck stop when it comes to public mistrust and to people that trusted you, people that believed in you. I would have contributed $1,000 to purchasing you a new car had you not accepted that car. Because again, doesn't matter who purchased the car.
Robert, you are not going to do it. No, Robert, you are not going to do it.
Monies were used, but is that a law that says that the public who elected?
No. What I'm saying, you, Robert, we're not going to do it. From the day I started to run, you supported every candidate against me. You are even proposing Mandela Cooper against me. You have never believed in me.
No, I don't think that. I think that's a misconception.
But let me talk to you now.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me talk to you. You've never believed in me. Never, ever, before. You found every reason to make me appear that you are right. And I take that. And I take it in stride. Private jet. We beat on President Weah for flying private jet almost everywhere. And he didn't give us clarity on where he took that private jet from. He said, if Frank gave it to him for morale, to boost his morale, we condemned it. Your friend should not be giving you private jet. And the private jet is housed with you, stays with you every day. In the case of President Weah, President Bouaka, acknowledged that we now understand the complexities of the use of private jet, especially in the West African basin. Not just anywhere, every day, anytime. And I made a proposal. Let's consider the purchase of a presidential jet for the country, not for Bouaka. Anybody who becomes president, and it can be used for official use as well. I said, now that we understand the complexities, I think there were some instances where we were unfair to President Weah. And those places where we were unfair to him in criticism, yes. I admitted to that. I would do it again if I have to do it again. If I have to do it again, I will do it again, Robert.
Okay, let's go to Professor Kennedy. Professor Kennedy, he has to run, so let him ask this question.
Yeah. Hey, good evening, Senator. Good afternoon to everyone, no matter where you are. I'm going to try to be real quick. You're the chair for the Foreign Relations Committee. That's correct.
Yes, correct.
You aware of the most recent lobbying contract signed between a private entity over here in the States and the Liberian government? Well, it shows that the Liberian government is, behind signing this contract, but they in fact signed a contract that went into effect recently where they're paying about $45,000 a month. Are you aware of that?
No. There are some issues where the executive function, and then once it doesn't require Senate intervention and Senate ratification, sometimes these things don't come to us. Say, for instance.
But what do you say to a contract where the Liberian government and Ministry of State is involved in a lobbying contract that relates to the contract just looks like it's all over the place because they're talking about trying to improve the price of rice in the country, at the same time trying to address issues with President Boycott having to beat the U.S. president. But what would you say if you hear that Liberia is paying, $45,000 a month for a lobbying contract? I think you guys.
Every country lobbies. America spends billions of dollars on lobbying. Great Britain, where you are, every country lobbies.
Well, but that's not entirely true.
But let me answer now.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you have the answer for the question, then no need to ask. You just asked me if I know about a $45,000 contract, lobby contract. No, this is good information for me. I'm going to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And if you have some documents that you can share with me so that it can enhance my inquiry, I will be glad. if you did that.
Oh yeah, I was sending you the link on the U.S. Department of Justice website. But you
Yeah,
know, when you
please
look at
do.
all of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa, I think maybe 1 or 2 states in Ghana probably lobby, but most countries in Africa they do not pay lobbying, and this is something that.
So lobby for international negotiation and diplomatic and all of these things. I don't see it as wrong unless it doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not putting up a defense. I don't know about what you're talking about, especially a $45,000 contract. Once it does not meet the threshold for legislative intervention or knowledge, the executive has the latitude by law to conduct the foreign affairs, the foreign policy of our country. And if it is in the wisdom of the executive to do that, and then you just bringing it to my attention, I think it's fair for you to pass something to me so that I can use it as reliance to ask some questions. And you can rest assured, if you send me those information and I do the follow-up, I will give you a feedback before the close of the week. And then you can confirm me right here on the show, even if I'm here or not.
Okay, that sounds good. So real quick, a little bit of background, then I'll swing it back over to Chief Tomalin. So the reason why a lot of African countries do not lobby in the U.S. is because you have an ambassador in the U.S. to do that, right? So when we look at Israel receives the most money from the U.S. in terms of lobbying because it has a direct impact to U.S. national security. Africa as a whole, they don't really have that kind of impact to U.S. national security. But when you look at a poor country, in West Africa, the ECOWAS region, Liberia is the poorest country in that region. So Liberia doesn't have the money to pay the kind of lobbying. When you look at it, Liberia, in fact, when President Weah was in power and Samuel Tway and the rest of the team met with Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, and they were paying all of these lobbying fees, it didn't take long after that before a whole bunch of people from Weah administration got hit with the U.S. sanctions. So if we're looking at countries right now that we're talking visa restrictions, USAID is in fact gone. So it doesn't seem to make any sense why the Ministry of State would be involved in paying $45,000. And bear in mind, Senator Taylor, I was saying the information so you can take a look at it. This lobbying contract is signed for a period of 24 months at $45,000 a month. That's a little over $1 million. And we know that based on USAID reducing its staffing and all of the economic activity.
When was that contract signed? That lobbying contract, when was it signed?
It was initially signed on December the 12th. It went into effect on February 18th. And the person who has actually, the lobbyist, in fact, the address for the lobbyist says 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's the Social Security office in Pennsylvania. That's the address for the Social Security office. So it seems kind of a little bit kind of shady. Not sure what that is all about. But the lobbyists have already received $22,500. So there's a period of 24 months at $44,000 a month where the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs has affixed their name on this contract.
So it sounds alarming until we know whether it is true and why.
You're absolutely correct on that. So there's something I just came on just to ask you because I know you're the head of the foreign
I will take up that. I will take up that.
Yeah, I know you're going to do your due diligence, take a look at it and examine it and see what's going on. So I will send you
you remember under President Weah, when Donald Trump was president, you took a Donald Trump lobbyist to meet with President Weah for lobbying.
That is correct.
You and Henry Costa?
That is correct.
Lobby was bad then?
No, but bear in mind, we were providing a service, and let me tell you what the actual service was. The actual service was to bring the U.S. military was interested in setting up a base in Liberia, right? That was going to be huge for Liberia, the economic activity. So bear in mind, when UNMIL drew down from Liberia, you saw how the economic activity went down in Liberia, and rightly so. Not all lobbying contracts are bad because APAC, that receives the largest in terms of lobbying from the U.S. government, APAC needs that money because of the region that sits in. Japan, they obviously lobby the U.S. government as well. Japan receives money. But again, I think someone posted in the chat or posted on the comments, You cannot compare a country where the GDP per capita is around 80,000 per individual to one where the GDP per capita is around 600. Because if over 50% of your budget relies on foreign aid,
the Guar government will be paying you and your team that went to meet with President Guar at the hotel regarding that contract.
So let me make it clear again, because I think there's been a lot of gap in understanding this. So here's the deal.
Okay.
Part of the effort, they weren't paying me. Guar wasn't paying me whatsoever. The Liberian government wasn't paying me whatsoever. I didn't receive any payments whatsoever. So let me tell you.
Because it didn't go through.
Absolutely not. You see, this
Correct.
is why.
If it had gone through, you are going to be paid.
No. I wasn't there to get paid.
Okay.
They wasn't there to get paid.
So we can move on.
I appreciate your effort, Senator Taylor. I appreciate the effort trying to see if you can actually flip the switch. But in fact,
no, I don't intend to. I just want to be on the same page.
No, we actually can be on the same page. But let me be clear.
Right.
Let me be clear. When you look at countries that are lobbying across the world, you can't compare that to Liberia. The effort that I did in Liberia, similarly, I tried to connect the Liberian government to law firms.
The Guar government will pay the $25,000 plus every month in keeping with that deal if it had gone through.
The Guar government wasn't paying me. They were paying another law firm. I was going to get paid. I don't know how you want me to say this.
You're entertained, Larry.
I don't know how you want me to say this. I wasn't going to get paid whatsoever. It wasn't
okay.
I was going to get
but
paid.
the entity you were introducing for that deal was going to be paid by the Liberian government, $25,000 every month on a Guar government. Correct?
Do you have proof of that? Do you have proof of that?
But he right here saying it. Then you looking for proof. He admitting or acknowledging.
Taylor, let me clear it up again.
Yeah, please.
The lobbying firm that went to Liberia was there to get paid. I am not a fan of lobbying whatsoever. I'm not for that because countries cannot afford it. But bear in mind, this firm that went to Liberia was going to get that payment, not so much from the Guar government, but from other entities that was going to try to do business in Liberia. So you have to understand, I'll give you another point. When we took Serena Cephas and others, Arthur Johnson and others, to try to get the law firm over in New York to try to come to Liberia for asset recovery, there was no money involved in that. In fact, the law firm lost about $400,000 on that effort. They lost $400,000. But people would do some investments in certain things because at the end of the day, somebody else is going to foot the bill. Not necessarily the Liberian government. Somebody else will foot the bill. So somebody.
Okay, Larry, let's move on. You gave me a piece of. You asked a question. You asked a question. I have committed to get back to you once you give me the tool to work with.
Absolutely. So here's the thing, Senator.
Yeah.
I will end on this. There were so many criticism leveled against President Guar. So many people believed President Boyka was going to be the change agent. And I think you even admitted early on that you expected something important to happen. If you were to look back, seeing what you understanding what you know right now, will you change your opinion about President Boyka? And I asked this thing to Honorable Yeka Kehleboe. I asked this to so many other people, because they all supported President Boyka. Knowing what you know right now, what advice would you have given President Boyka before he became president that would say, look, when you get there, I expect this and this to happen? I'm kind of like looking in hindsight. What would you advise President Boyka right now? Because it looks like
if you brought Guar and Boyka back, I will close my eye and vote Boyka. Anything. I am not happy that we tampered with tenure law. That's not a sign of respect for good governance. I am not happy. In fact, I led the stance in the Senate that nobody who will be nominated to tenure jobs where there are people seated already in those jobs, none of such persons will appear before the Senate for confirmation. None of such persons has appeared before the Senate for confirmation, hearing. And we don't even cite any of them before the Senate because we don't want to get their credence and legitimacy, especially at the Liberia Senate. and I'm doing it under my own government.
Okay.
Come here, Larry. I will not be running after who must be speaker or not speaker on 14 months. A 14 month of government are 6 months, nearly 6 months of disruption on who should be speaker or who is not speaker. That's troubling. I can go on naming. But your question is, on hindsight, if I have George Weah and Bwaka again 10 times, I won't only open my mouth, I will keep it closed and vote Bwaka 10 times. Because 10 times is better than Weah. If you give me Bwaka and another choice that I can believe can make a better transformation, then we can be having the discussion. But Bwaka versus Weah 20 times is Bwaka.
Back to you, Chief.
From Sarah.
But Tomalin, Sarah that came, eh?
Yeah, I think Saliki was here before.
Yeah. Sarah that came.
I'm sorry, Tomalin. Do your thing. Let him moderate. Apple.
Okay, let's Sarah go and go to Saliki.
Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable, I want to say thank you for on, and also thank you guys.
Oh, Comrade Sarah here today. Comrade, how you doing?
I mean, I like easy question when I listen.
Whatever, man. Whatever. Honorable, thank you for coming on the platform. We've been wishing to, a lot of you guys come on here and, explain to us some of the things that you guys doing. When we started the show earlier, I heard you talking about the foreign minister inherited the passport saga. I don't know. I stand to be corrected on that, but I know I heard you saying that. But I just want to make the correction that the foreign minister, this passport saga started since 2012 when Danish, according to the program, the article I read here on political, not a Liberian. It's a U.S. article.
I know about that case.
Right. So that started since 2012. And
correct.
CDC government inherited that from Unity Party government, and when they got there, they had their own issues as well. And now Unity Party government is in power, and I think in October of 2024, they sent a release out that they wanted to cancel all diplomatic passports. I don't know whether you are aware of that. I don't know how far they went with that, but I know they put out a release that all diplomatic passports were to be returned, and they wanted to cancel all of that. So looking at the situation we have now, that our country is about to be sanctioned if we don't put our acts together, are you going to blame the CDC government for this?
No, if you were listening to me, as you said, you would have heard me say, we'll take responsibility to correct it. And when I said the minister inherited the passport issue, I was talking about Sarah Bessel.
Right.
And I'm sure in good conscience you will agree with me that Sarah Bessel inherited the passport issue. Even if it came from 2012, George Weah inherited it, did nothing. And when
you can't say he did nothing, he did his part. He did his part.
Okay.
So you can't just say blankly that he did nothing, because
what did he do?
This sanction did not occur under his government. The country was not
which sanction?
The one they're talking about now, that if we don't put our acts together,
if we don't correct what we inherited, then we feel it.
Right, but that was not alluded to.
But you were talking and you were asking all your questions.
No, I just want to make that clarity. Sorry, Honorable.
No, but I got it clarity, Sarah. What I'm saying is the current minister and the current Bwaka UP government inherited this. This UP government led by Bwaka inherited this.
Inherited what?
The passport issue. The Minister of Foreign Affairs inherited this. The Minister of Foreign Affairs took measures immediately. When she became minister, she took measures. When the CDC government was exiting, they issued a regulation that diplomatic passport will go for 6 years. You can be exiting. Election practically done. Somebody else has been announced winner. They're waiting for inauguration to take over. Then you issue a regulation to extend the duration of diplomatic passport to 6 years.
They had the power still in their hand, right?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
And that's some of the things Sarah Besley inherited. And when she came, she sought to correct it because most times Liberia diplomatic passport has had the lifespan of 2 years. So she reversed it back to 2 years.
Okay.
And said that anybody who is in possession of the 6-year passport, bring it back and we'll issue you a new one for 2 years. If you are a former public official entitled to it, or as the government would deem, they will reissue it to you. But you can't be a former official, you can be a current official and holding a 6 years diplomatic passport.
Can I hold you right? Can I hold you right?
Please
so
do.
why now at this point, after she instituted all of those measures, why now at this point our country find itself on that list to be sanctioned? What did your government didn't do right that we find ourselves on that list to be sanctioned?
So the minister said to us today that she's asking the American government to formally communicate the information. Thankfully, it is not a decision taken yet.
Right.
It is a warning. In order to correct, to be in good books, you have to know what actually. It's just like they put somebody on sanction, but you say, every time the government says, what the person did you put it on sanction, give us some evidence so we can prosecute the person. They say it's not the doing or business of the U.S. government to submit or present evidence. That might get them stay on sanction and the government cannot prosecute them. So, but in this case, the U.S. government is warning, if Liberia doesn't take this measure, this one will happen. Except maybe it is now there. We haven't seen it on the State Department official website.
So they did not give you guys any information as to why we are on this list yet?
So not formal yet. It's all in the social media. So the minister has taken some proactive step by engaging with the U.S. government through the embassy here.
Okay.
And the minister said today during the hearing that even the U.S. ambassador accredited to Liberia informed her that he's not aware formally. So she's done a diplomatic document to send it to Washington, to State Department, so that we can now be formally informed then. That formal information will tell us exactly. Don't forget, Sarah, this measure will be taken against countries and not just Liberia.
Right.
So if they have 5 conditions, for instance, 3 conditions.
Absolutely, I agree.
10 conditions. Maybe all may not apply to Liberia. So if we have the formal communication, formal information as to why we are placed on the warning list, and if we did not do SYC, we will be placed on the red list, then we start to take those measures. So the minister is taking some proactive measures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody asked me to go ahead. That's my question.
Grace.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator Dillon. I am a regular panelist here, so I have to have the first preference. So I hope the other guys understand. But it's nice to have you. It's nice to have you here. And
Thank you,
I also
Grace.
respect that you apologize. I'm a very forgiving person. So when people apologize, I like to give them the benefit of the doubt. So I mean, you have the guts to do that. Most Liberians, they don't have that in them, especially when it comes to holding position in the country, they feel they're above the law. So I commend you for that. But I want to ask you, quickly, because we have so many people here. Did you write the dual citizen bill, or because that dual citizen bill hurt my heart? Let me tell you, Dylan. So I want to know if you wrote the bill, or was the bill drafted by the diaspora Liberians? You see diaspora Liberians that put their foot behind you. I mean, they take everything Remember one time I told everybody, I said, no, I don't pick Delon, and people were after me, you know, putting my platform down and all that kind of thing. But then they wrote the bill, they give it to you. These people, they lobby for you, they campaign for you, they raise money for you. And then when the bill went on the floor, you guys passed the bill with restriction only. So did you write the bill yourself, or did they draft it for you, the diaspora Liberians, for you to put that bill on the floor?
The diaspora Liberians that became and are still considered a part of my constituency wrote the bill and asked me to put it on the floor, because only a lawmaker can put a bill on the floor. Even the national budget is sponsored on the floor by a lawmaker. Any bill comes from anywhere, any institution of government, any civil society institution. That when you hear a senator say, I sponsored a bill, or a lawmaker say, I sponsored a bill, it means he didn't write that bill. When you hear a senator say, I drafted a bill, it means he did. Not necessarily himself, but it is his initiative. So I sponsored the bill. The diaspora Liberians submitted a bill to me with no restriction. And I put the bill on the floor with no restriction. They sent the same bill to Akalas Gray and Fonati Kofa. Then he was deputy speaker. Yes. And they passed it in the House. When it came to the Senate, majority of the Senate did not want the bill to pass. So it was difficult to get concurrence. In order to get the bill to pass, I had to meet those who had issues with no restriction at all to agree with some restriction. Why did I agree? Since I think 1972 or 1976, the alien nationality law placed an automatic loss ban on Liberians who take up dual citizenship of other countries with no opportunity for them to be heard, no legal process. They say you lost your Liberian citizenship if you took an oath to become citizen of another country, especially naturalized. And that law has been on the books for nearly 40, 50 years. The door was completely closed. When we had an opportunity to open it at least halfway, I thought that, okay, this is progress. It's not every Liberian who want or hold dual citizenship get time for government job. He just want to be with me a Liberian, come home, own his property, do what he can do as a citizen. He wants to go back, he wants to stay. There are some Liberians who may want to hold political office. Do we deprive everybody, or do we open the door that was completely shut halfway? And then as time goes by, we can now see the need to even remove the restriction. It was that thinking that informed my consent to agree for us to pass a bill as we did, so that you, if not you, other Liberians who now don't need visa to come home, later on, we can go back to that very law and remove that restriction. That's how I saw it. I did not write the bill. I did not include anything in the bill. I had to meet majority of the Senate halfway to get the bill concurred with.
Yeah. I was thinking that, since the diaspora Liberians, who are your people, I thought that because they drafted a bill, you will come back to them, to explain yourself like the way you're explaining now, to tell them that this is.
Oh, yeah, they knew.
But most of them saying that they did not know.
Chris, they knew.
My other question to you is that.
Yeah. No, but let's clear that one first. Chris, trust me. Chris, they knew. Except that there were some of them who just already did not want it because few of them probably had interest in political job. I was looking at that tape.
Is that right, though? For you
It is a right, but the law that was on the book at the time did not give them that right. Then the law at the time did not, other people who did not even want to be part of government job. Everybody was in one basket. So let's free everybody with their citizenship. Then later on, we can review the restriction and remove them. I thought that was small progress than keeping the door completely closed. That's how I saw it.
But quickly, Musa Berete have put that same bill on the floor with all restrictions now. I think it's supposed to be, it passed the House of Representatives. I don't know whether you heard it. So it's going to
No,
the Senate.
I'm not sure it passed I'm not sure it passed the House of Representatives. But if it does, and it comes to the Senate.
Can you say today that you will sign that bill?
Why can I answer you now? Why can I answer you?
Because I won't keep you on record, sir.
But Chris, I put a bill on the floor for no restriction. But majorities did not want it clear up like that. So I had to meet them halfway for us to put in some restriction. Now with Musa Berete bill or any other person bill that put this dual citizenship on the floor for us to remove the restriction, I'm going to be the champion for that.
So you're not going to side with the people again and say, oh, because majority, you will be the champion for this bill to pass. They want to like always.
It will put, but Chris, the new bill that's on the floor is to review the restriction.
Okay.
If the majority say the restriction should stay there, my vote will be against the majority. Because my vote will be against the majority this time. At the first time, we wanted the door halfway open because it was closed for over 40 years to our people in the diaspora who are taking our citizenship of other countries. And I think it's fair enough for me to use this audience because I've seen some people. Why did I vote against the referendum of 2020 that had to do with dual citizenship? George Weah's referendum for dual citizenship was bad. They were going to fight more. If you put in the Constitution restrictions on natural-born Liberians and open the door for citizens of other countries who naturalized in Liberia to benefit from what naturalized Liberians would have been deprived of, that bill would have been bad. What was in that bill? If you put in the Constitution that the Constitution will not allow dual citizenship, but Liberians who were naturally born Liberians, whether in Liberia or other Liberia, they can be minister for this, they can be minister for that, they can be elected for this. And you put it in the Constitution, it's going to take us years or decades to do constitutional referendum again. But if like we did a statute is an act of the legislature, which can be privately reviewed just by that very legislature almost at any time. Let me give you one typical example, Chris. I will use Wabodeke, for instance. President Weah's proposition for dual citizenship said, Chris, natural-born Liberian, went to Ghana, America, London, and took up naturalized citizenship. President Weah's proposition said, let Grace remain Liberian citizen and enjoy the citizenship of the other country that she has naturalized. But if Grace won't be elected in Liberia, she must renounce that other citizenship so she can only be Liberian. If Grace won't be Minister of Justice, Minister of Defense, and certain category of jobs in Liberia, Grace must renounce that other citizenship before she can become Minister in Liberia. If they put that kind of thing in the Constitution, it's going to take decades before you do referendum of the Constitution again. But meanwhile, Wabodeke, natural-born Nigerian, can come to Liberia, naturalized as a Liberian, and he can be head of the Elections Commission. But you must renounce that other citizenship, even though you are a natural-born Liberian. We thought that was a bad thing. We thought the information was not proper, and so we advised our people to vote against it. And I thought it was a good thing for us to do that, and we did.
Tomalin, if you can give me 10 seconds to just maybe you can clarify on this real quick. Just 10 seconds since we're on the dual citizenship thing. Just
yeah, please. Yeah.
So in 2019, I think you are familiar with the Alvin Jalap versus the government of Liberia case, right? The Supreme Court found that Section 22.2 of the 1973 law that basically mandated or stripped Liberian citizenship automatically upon acquiring another citizenship was unconstitutional. So was that not enough to guide your decision with regards to the bill that you had sponsored initially as opposed to what your colleague wanted? Because we all know that this dual citizenship bill has been political from the beginning. A lot of Liberians, not just diaspora Liberians, but even Liberians who are home, think that there's a lot of competing factor here with regards to competition, competence, and jobs, right? So why did the Supreme Court ruling did not guide your decision on what to vote for?
So that bill was passed. The alien nationality law was passed by 72 there about when Liberia was Liberia, what we can call normal days. Yeah? Right. So it's not a recent thing where we're afraid of competition here. We were trying to remove it. We were trying to open it up for you so you can take what we are not qualified for, which we don't have problem with. That means we are not afraid of competition. But the Supreme Court that issued the ruling, that ruling in the Alvin Jalap, the Supreme Court essentially said no Liberian must lose his citizenship without due process. But it
was based on the fact
I'm coming out, Chief. I'm coming.
Go ahead.
But it will interest you that it is this very Supreme Court, after issuing that ruling, denied Alvin Jalap from practicing law in Liberia until he showed proof, until we pass the dual citizenship law in the Senate. We concur with the House and pass what is now existing. Even after the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Alvin Jalap, the very Supreme Court denied him admission to the Supreme Court bar on citizenship. Until recently, when we passed the dual citizenship law and allowing Liberians to hold dual citizenship, then he was admitted into the Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that. Thank you.
Okay, so Dylan. Okay, there's some questions because of this of your appearance. A lot of questions. I may pack some questions quickly. Siddiqui, I beg you. I will let you ask a question. The first thing is that I'll ask Dylan maybe two or three questions that just packed so he can address it. The first thing, personally, there's a confirmation process that should be going on for the ambassador designated to Saudi Arabia, Mohammed Dukley. Dukley, has been confirmed already?
No.
Okay. Mohammed Dukley and former maritime boss, J.D. Slanger, they were fugitive from justice. They ran away from this country when they were accused of tampering with the maritime funds. Mohammed Dukley settled in Minnesota for about 20 years. I think, and J.D. Slanger, I don't know where he is now. But recently, President Biden nominated him as ambassador designated to Saudi Arabia. That's an issue that we hope that the Senate, your committee that will be going for confirmation hearing will address with Mohammed Dukley, because he's still fugitive from justice as far as we are concerned.
The Senate, especially our committee, we are seized of that matter.
Thank you. Okay. Another thing.
And
go ahead.
And should we put Mohammed Dukley, the nominee, on the stage for hearing, you can rest assured that beyond all reasonable doubt, you will have to convince the party.
Okay. Another quick question. This is strictly to your committee. Right after the President Boga took office, the ECOWAS appointed, they requested Liberia they appointed former Foreign Minister D. Maxwell Kamia to serve as representative for the ECOWAS in Sierra Leone. A communication was written by Minister Grisby and Foreign Minister Beslow, denying from Kamia the opportunity to serve in that position. In fact, what they even did, they sent Marjon Kamara instead of the one that ECOWAS requested, and ECOWAS rejected her. And because of the action, Liberia was denied that particular position and was given to a Ghanaian. How do you address that?
That issue came up today, and then I
Yes.
thought it came up today.
But
And
she not deny Senator Victor. So
no, she did not deny it, Grace.
So what did she say?
Edwin
She
Snow
never
had
wrote that letter herself.
yeah, because she did not write the letter. Senator Snow said she wrote the letter and signed it on her signature. It was that she said, no, I did not write letter, I did not sign the letter. The executive branch did, and we pushed her, and then we found out that according to her, the letter was authored and written by Minister Grisby. That is the information we got today, and the committee is going to follow up with the executive marshal on that issue.
Good.
Quickly, did she sign a letter after it was written? Because somebody else can write a letter. If I sign it, it means that
She did not sign it. It was Minister Grisby, according to the information, who signed it. It was the one that she was already rejecting because the question was pointed and direct and said, you, Madam Minister, you wrote and signed a letter against Myean. It was that which she rejected and said, no, not even the foreign minister did that, but it was the executive through the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. So we're going to pick up that matter with the marshal.
Real quick, are you saying the Minister for Presidential Affairs first the signature of the foreign minister?
I'm sure everybody here did not hear me say that.
Exactly. But money,
everybody here, including those who listening, did not hear me say that.
You said she didn't. It was the
no. Sometimes, Jerome, I can tell you hearing.
I want clarity. Say so we can hear.
No, but then don't say I said. Ask me what did I say that you did not understand. I always tell you hearing and listening are two different things.
Listen, you are not. Go ahead. This is why I said make it clear because what I'm hearing you say, she said she didn't write the letter. The letter was written by Grisby. Isn't that what you said?
Okay, let me repeat what I said.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Senator Snow asked her, why did you write and sign a letter on your signature to withdraw Myean? She said, I did not write a letter. I did not sign any letter. Then I asked, Your Honor, did you write a letter? Did you sign a letter? She said, no. Did the government of Liberia send a letter to ECOWAS? She said, yes. As far as I know, the protocol will mean that letter will have gone through the foreign minister. If the Minister of Foreign Affairs telling me and the committee that she did not write, she did not sign, and the letter did not go to the Foreign Affairs, then who did? It was when we got to know from her that letter was written and signed by the Minister of State. Nowhere here in this explanation suggests that the Minister of State forged the Minister of Foreign Affairs signature.
But protocol, I won't get on Jerusalem, Mr. Gayman. I understand where he's coming from. But protocol, isn't the foreign minister the one supposed to write that letter and sign it?
Because she did not sign it, she did not write it, does not mean forgery. We want to get that one clear first.
It's not on her, but it's fraud. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, if you wrote a communication, put somebody name there and sign it as a person that forgery. If the Minister of State, but we're not Grace, if the Minister of State wrote a communication, and so I'm asking for the communication or copy of the communication so we can see the exact diction.
Great, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
No, that's not why you were talking. You were already imputing that somebody have forged.
You are trying to
Tomalin, are we? Some of us gonna ask the question or just
Jerome, you know, when you have your money, you can draw one. Yeah, I will correct you every minute. And if I'm wrong, I will admit. But yes, so here's the thing, Grace. Here's the thing, Grace. Here's the thing, Grace.
You just need to
Jerome. Yeah, I got Jerome first thing important. I want you better talking, so I want to knock it down. So Grace, yeah, Grace. No, Jerome, so that the proper information for our people.
I'm glad you're going to.
If the letter carries by directive of the President of Liberia. He, the minister, signed it. It cannot be forgery of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The President of Liberia is the chief architect of our foreign policy.
We understand
the
that.
Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Foreign Affairs more like advisor and the lieutenant. So if the communication, if we see that communication,
great,
and
communication, thank you.
But you see the communication is not alleging forgery. That's why I jump down your throat.
Okay, let me progress.
Yes,
let me progress. Okay,
yeah,
let me progress.
1 minute.
You still need to answer my question.
Which question, Chris? Wait. So we can be
So let's guys. Some of us I think we're going back and forth.
Let me clear.
At this point, it appears that we're just going back and forth because some of us we're not even. Nobody's getting.
I don't care. I will clarify. I want you to answer it because.
So ask your question, Chris.
My question to you is that by protocol, the Foreign Minister is supposed to write a letter. The reason why you put her on question, the reason why you questioned her deeply was that she never wrote the letter. Somebody else wrote the letter. By process, she's supposed to write the letter. I'm not saying the problem is on her. Grace B, who wrote the letter, what you guys going to do about it? Because he was not the person to write that letter, or because it's came from.
No, I think the proper way I will put it, at least with my little knowledge of the protocol, with the protocol, that letter should have been transmitted through the foreign ministry. The following letter transmitting that communication should have been done through the foreign ministry.
Senator, can I correct this quickly?
Please.
So it was not wrong thing for the Minister of State to do it.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
The 1972 Act also, the Minister of State is the chief of staff in the office of the president.
Correct.
So the minister can do that. The two persons can do it. The foreign minister can also do it as per protocol in the order of precedence.
Correct. If the president chief of staff did a communication, it will carry by directive of the president.
Exactly.
Okay. Correct. So until we see that communication,
if the Minister of Foreign Affairs did, it will carry the same by directive of the president.
So until we see that communication to know the source of authority of the Minister of State, then we have to pause for a while on that.
Yes.
So quickly.
And again, another commitment is that I will get back to you guys regarding this issue.
Thank you.
And so they will not go with forgery again.
Right? There's a hearing today, and it is my understanding that the director of passport may have lied on an oath today. He was trying in addressing the issue about the issue with the case involving Bashiru Kante and the passport and the issue of the passport, and he tried to give a spin to it. I mean, do you believe
what was the spin?
He tried to say that case was investigated and completed.
No, it was not that case you're referring to. You're referring to Andrew case.
We're talking about he also about Bashiru Kante case. It was brought about too.
So I particularly asked the minister and the head of the passport bureau.
Yeah.
And especially so that he was head of NSA at the time.
Yes.
Did they investigate the sale of passports? That was my question.
Okay.
Part of which led to the sanctioning of Andrew Wampum. He said, what they did the investigation in keeping with their function, their statutory role, turned the matter over to the Justice Ministry, and the Justice Ministry turned the matter over to the court, and that the matter is at the court.
And I think they were not also correct to you guys. The matter is not in the court 100%. I don't know.
So the hearing today does not end. There are a lot of stuff that we're going to follow up on, and then I think you heard my closing remark during the hearing. There are a lot of issues from the hearing. We're going to follow up on.
Yeah, I'm glad.
That's all those issues they are still blaming CDC government.
Because the passport. I believe he may have allowed.
They are John CDC style. They will holiday. No more. The level of being worker. Not CDC.
But Sidiki coming. But Sidiki coming. But Mr. Dillon, I believe the director of passport may have lied on an oath, but we'll still follow up on it. Go ahead, Sidiki.
Yeah, Sidiki Toya.
Yeah, thank you once again. Good to be here. But look. Thank you, Brother Robert. I listened to your question, and practically all your questions you asked, was just exactly what I was about to ask the senator. And I'm on the show today. Many Liberians, both home and abroad, they are victims of the senator lying to us practically or intentionally to get his re-election 2020. And maybe you forget to mention that, Robert. The senator even promised people who are neighbors to him that he was not going to build a fence around his compound. And right after his re-election, what the senator did, started that construction. Today, they're living on fence. They don't even know the color of the senator apartment today. That is how deceptive some politicians in Liberia are. And some of us will regret going under the rain. And one of the disgusting things about it is that after all those things, when the senator started to lie about just common ticket, when we talk about those things, he will block you on Facebook. Anybody come and talk, and, this is not what you would expect of you. He will block you. And I listened to you, Senator. You said people you did not support during 2023, they are not, using your mistake to fight you or to bring you down to predict your future. No, Senator, I disagree with you. The standard you set for yourself and the kind of person you say you were, that's the same standard those people are holding you back. Your support means nothing. You supported who you wanted to support. Today, the president is the president. And now somebody asks you, you say, we're making a mistake. It's not a mistake. You guys failed in Liberian people. You supported an old man, 80 years old man, with no record of doing anything for himself successfully. And you think he could have been better than Torgbean. You have a differences with President we are. And today, all you can say when you come on Facebook or when you come on public platform, they ask you about the government you guys brought to the Liberian people. You say, oh, we making mistake. It's not mistake. Your life is not affected, Mr. Senator. I have a comment, Brother Tomalin. I have a comment and a question. I have a comment and a question, please.
Right, you change your glass, though.
Your life is not affected by the decision this government, the kind of mistake, according to you, say they are making. Your life is not affected. So many Liberians are dying because we don't have good health facility in the country. And instead of you admitting that you guys failed the Liberian people to impose an 80 years old man on them, you say you're making mistake. You're not making mistake. And before I go to my question, Senator, you said Liberian people are not used to something when people lie, when they come and admit they don't used to it. No, that's not a normal society, Senator Dillon. You know what a normal society is? In South Africa, in Botswana, in Namibia, there are cases where public officials they lie. You know what they do? They don't come and apologize, they resign. That's the honorable thing to do. When you lie about a simple thing like a private, flight ticket, you don't come and say, I apologize. And the next day again, you do the same thing. You resign. And people say, you know what, that man is a good man. That's what they do. But we have a small country, and some of you politicians, you ride on the ignorance of the Liberian people, say it's not normal for us to come and apologize, so I have apologized. So quickly to my question, Senator Dillon. Professor Larry Kennedy tried to ask you a question and you attempted to attack him, which is okay. Intelligently, you did that. You defended the foreign minister on the show as if to say we are not Liberians, we are not following the happenings in the country. The foreign minister a few months ago came up intentionally embarrassed the executive. And the executive, which some of us did not support him because we know he lacked the ability or the leadership to fire the foreign minister for doing what she did recently. The foreign minister came up with a scheme of a scholarship. They came and said, oh, they were taking Liberian students to Canada and the US for study. And everybody that applied on that link, they got accepted. It was a fraud. To the extent that the Deputy Minister for Information, this guy came up and spoke about it as a Liberian.
Can they mention
Abu, give me time, brother.
I said assistant minister, man.
I said assistant minister. What did I say?
Yeah, we gotta move. We gotta hurry and ask the question.
You take 5 minutes.
Give me chance.
Let's leave him flow. Question. He has to let the people.
Yeah, let him flow.
Abu, stop interrupting the man.
So Matthew came up. He spoke about the fraud of the scholarship that the foreign minister brought. to the Liberian people that you are here today defending. Today, Murphy is out of the government because he spoke about something that affected the Liberian people. You, as a chairman of foreign affairs, we did not hear you speaking, but because Professor Larry asked you about a question, you trying to tell us that the man was some lobbyist for the CDC government and they were paying him out of that. And you're talking about you make a follow-up to the foreign minister. While you, as a chairman of the foreign affairs committee, you could not invite the foreign minister to clarify on that scheme of a scholarship deal. That today, many Liberians are affected by that. Some Liberians lost that money they applied to pay, but they could not get a scholarship.
So what's the question, sir?
That is why you could not speak about that. We didn't hear you speaking about that. We didn't hear you as the foreign minister.
Good. So let me flow with you. You supported me in 2019, right?
2019, 2020, both 2019, 2020. And I regret my support for you.
Yeah, I get that. So 2019, you supported me, and I said I won't take a car.
Yes.
You believe that?
You won't take a car.
And I took the car. But when you
talk about around your house and all of that.
But when 2019,
Abu, let the moderator remoderate. Let the speak.
So 2019.
Asking question, instead of answering my question, are you asking me question?
No, I won't answer you.
Let the guest speak. Let him speak. Let the guest speak.
You coming with equity. So I want to look at your hands. You supported me in 2019. I'm not supposed to take a car. I took the car in 2019. You supported me in 2020 with a car. The only reason why you're angry today, not because of my personal conduct, but because I did not support comments. Every ANC people practically angry at me. Clear cut. You think CDC would be happy with me? I beat them 4 times in Maserati. You think Sheriff Toko will be happy with me that I took them out of Maserati and they haven't seen it ever again?
That's a political spin, Honorable.
Hey man, let me talk. I can be sitting down.
Speak to the issue, your honorable man. Speak to the issue. That's a political spin. We're not in campaign more anymore.
No. If you're taking somebody's word and you're standing on your credibility and the person flip and you flip with them, you are as worse as the person that you claim to be. I am saying Siddiqui and nobody from ANC got any standing to talk to me about car because I took that car in 2019 and they supported me in 2020 with that car because they were using me as a platform against George Myean for Cummings to become president. ANC people are angry at me only because of 2023 election. So I can understand that whining. Siddiqui, you want me to resign? Find a clip where I say I would never be a fence. The same way Jerome Kenya lied that we confirm Comfort Soil, where Comfort Soil had never ever appeared for confirmation because the job he has is not a Senate confirmation job. Let me say what I said about my fence. I said I lived in this community for more than 15 years. I did not need a fence. When I became senator, the government of George Weah declared me a national security threat. I was most vulnerable as a public official.
Because you threatened to
even the president, the president of Liberia could not even guarantee us security. So everybody should get camera. CCTV camera, so just be your own security. Yes, of course, I did offense. But you know something? The thing I have never done on Facebook before that what you want me to do, even in this sense, and that's something I don't boast about because that's something I want to do personally. More than 25 children in the community going to school with over $6,000 to $7,000 every year from my support to my community with this fence. With this fence. This fence is not a barrier for this community. No, Siddiqui. Your claim onto one thing when nothing new. You can't be behind me for car or to the car. You should not have supported me in 2020. Then I know you got work. But you supported me in 2020 with the hope that I was going to support Cummings for president. And because I support Boaka, that's where the anger is. And sorry, I got no cure for them.
Okay, so let me make my second point, and I have my second question to ask you. So,
Hello,
I've never. Okay, so you and I know everyone listening to this show, you know, all the questions that I asked you or the statement that I made has nothing to do with your support for Cummins.
I know they're gonna too. I'm a politician. You're talking to me.
We passed that already. We are not in.
But are the other line factor? You can't tell me about car in 2023, 2025 when you supported me with a car in 2020.
Senator, you listen to me. All the points that I raised, you know, it was very clear. You lie about your payment that you're going to get of 10,000 back to the county, which you refuse. You know, and today you
Tomalin, I think let's have some direction on this floor.
Yeah,
so I made a clear statement about the salary issue when we came on this show. But the mindset is a problem.
Sidiki, let
the man speak. Let the man speak.
No, but we'll be fair.
I'm not on the show, but Tomalin,
when Robert asking the question, he addressed that issue about.
I addressed this issue.
So I want to make clear. Robert asked the question and he addressed that issue about where the money is going right now.
Yeah, they didn't call the people of Maserado County to tell them about that, where the money was going. So
but you were not here when I said it. And at the rehab center, who are we rehabilitating? The people from Guinea?
I heard you when you said about the
So you see what about Guinea conversation?
Yeah, ask a question.
No, I was trying to say what the people who rehabilitating one of the foreign.
You are senator, but you know we want to show that Guinea name.
I tell you, you're always your feelings. Now I don't waste my time with you. You're always
guys. Let's bring some order, guys.
Yeah, you're always feelings.
Hold on, guys. Please.
Let me ask
having a fine conversation with the senator.
I have my second question.
One second. We're having a fine conversation with the senator. We just have to ask the tough questions. Let's give the only moderator here is Tomalin. Let's give Tomalin the opportunity to respond. And when the guest is responding, allow him to respond. The person who's asking the question can push back after he has responded. Let's keep it civil and respectful so that the guest can benefit. Please.
Finish your question.
Okay, so Senator Dillon, if you like, you can even say Senegal, Mali, all of that, Guinea, there's no problem about that. So now, my second question is this. You said Musa Belete was a criminal. You called Musa Belete all sort of names. You made the Liberian people to believe that Musa Belete would never support Joseph Boakai. And the day Joseph Boakai become president, you know, Musa Belete will be prosecuted for the rule for, according to you and the other Unity Party people. You guys have been in power for more than a year now, almost 2 years. Why is it that you guys have not been able to prosecute Musa Belete for the rule form? That all of you, especially you, the man took you to court when you begged him to throw the case out because you could not win a case. You know, and up to now, you guys are in power. Joseph Boakai is the president. Why you can't prosecute Musa Belete for the rule form?
I'll tell you, when you get out of your ANC feeling, then we can have some good conversation. Musa Belete sue me. He can't stay in court. He's running away from it.
Because you can't throw the case out, Senator Dillon. You begged Musa Belete to throw the case out.
But it's still on the docket. It's still on the docket.
Answer my question, Senator Dillon.
I'm answering you. I'm exposing your lie. That you say I begged Musa to remove the case from the court. The case stay there. Why he can't go for it? His own case.
So is Musa Belete a criminal? Why you guys are not prosecuting? That's the question.
What the government will decide about. Let's get it clear first. When you come here and you want to be a pope or imam with righteous indignation, then I need to correct you. I know I'm a human with flaws. You say I begged Musa to remove it. Musa ran away from his own case. It's still in court. It's still there. Tell your chairman to go follow a case so I can beat him in the court. It's there. The first thing I did was to defeat them in court. When they thought that I should file bail bond attachment to a libel suit. I challenge them. You don't do attachment to a libel suit where specific damage has not been identified. And since we left the court, Musa has not seen the court window. If Musa told you and Cummins that I thought you to remove the case stayed there.
Forget about Cummins, Senator.
But the ACC,
why are you prosecuting Musa Belete? That's the question. Forget about the case. The case in court. That's a different.
You heard the road. You heard the road fund. You heard the road fund, and you heard the national boss man. I tell you, let me say one. Let me tell you. You heard the national road fund recently stating that Musa Belete has $3.7 million for the road fund. The government will follow that issue. The government has spoken through the national road fund. The government is following that issue. You just heard it about 2 weeks ago.
The senator, you know, as usual, you don't answer question. You know, when you ask him tough question, he attack you, and that's what you do. You know, and I will say this again. I regret many Liberians. Abu, take time, my brother. Take time. Okay? I don't say you got to defend your job at MPA. So you got to say, okay.
Ask a question.
Be personal, my man.
Abu, go ahead.
Didi, Eddie, greetings, Chief.
Abu, ask a question. Got to make progress. Got a question. I want a question. Ask the senator.
Senator, greetings. Senator, and it's good being on the platform, having you here. Let me salute you in the minute.
I have to take out the headphone so that I can charge my phone while on, because I don't want to cut off then it's till I'm left. So speak a little louder. I can't use the headphone because I'm charging the phone.
You getting me now?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said greetings. Good being on the platform of you. Let me salute you in the minute. The Labro one, the Labro invasive. You've been doing tremendously well since.
Let me go in and come right back. Okay, let me go out and come right back so my volume can increase.
Okay.
Going out and coming right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Guys,
I think it's been a phenomenal show. Let's
keep on the show going.
Abu doesn't have any question. He just want to
Abu
doesn't have any question.
Abu, you have your question. Abu,
Abu, ask your question because we gotta engage. We got some
question.
You just want to come and praise the senator because he supports you.
Abu is part of the infomercial. This is an infomercial. Yeah, they made for 2 hours, 2 hours 55 minutes. He spoke for 2 hours and 5 minutes. I've been keeping the time. 2 hours and 54 minutes. He spoke for 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Who?
That's infomercial. That's infomercial.
Yeah, I'm not spoken for a minute.
I understand, not you.
Abu, ask a question. You just ask a question straight. Abu,
ask your question.
Everybody know that you and Jennifer for the Sea Alliance. Everybody ask a question.
No, not do that. No.
Okay, go ahead.
Ask a question.
I keep this job.
Abu, go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, prior to you going off, I said, let me salute you in the minute Labro won the feature in Jesus.
There you go.
have been doing tremendously well since you got elected by the people of Monserrato. Except for people who did not support, like you lamented earlier, are the one who angry and keep holding you on that plane ticket issue. But quickly, where's the stance on the two fellows that got arrested during the Guar administration? One of our permanent representatives by the name of Moses. Where's the start of these guys?
You got a question?
Senator, you got me?
Yeah, I'm finding it very challenging to hear because the volume drop. I can't use the headphone without charging the phone.
You getting me?
Yeah, okay, so let me hear you.
Yeah, so I said, let me salute you in demanding the
ask the question, man.
Ask the question.
Abu, the message here, you want what's the mentor?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, as always, people want to describe me. No. So, Senator, as a chair on foreign matters, I'm curious to know the status of Owen Brown, one of the Liberians who is in a bad image of our country during the Guar administration.
The status of what?
Louis Brown, the guy, the International Maritime Organization.
The status of Louis Brown.
Owens
Owen
Brown.
Owen Brown.
Who arrested in Korea?
Oh,
South Korea.
Owen Brown is, like, serving sentence, unfortunately, in South Korea, where it was alleged that he was involved with sexual act against the law of Korea, and he was sentenced. The previous government, and when we went to South Korea, when I had the privilege to go to South Korea with the president, we made some effort to ask questions as to how we can intervene. One of the things was that Owen was already convicted, serving his sentence. We had asked if we will get him to Liberia to serve the remainder of his term in prison in Liberia, or if we had a Korean in prison in Liberia, what we would do prisoner exchange. None of those were agreed by the South Korean government, especially so. There was no Korean in our jail here that we could have probably done prisoner exchange. It's an unfortunate thing, but it is what it is.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a last question. You guys should not make it. It has nothing to do with politics. Don't do that. Not because we are supporting the government.
We're not touching your view, brother. You know that one good.
What you guys are doing?
No.
Because the people are supporting the
okay,
government.
ask questions, man. Let's make progress.
Abu, ask your question, man. Stop.
Okay, Senator Dillon, it's not a question, it's a comment.
Oh.
The Unity Party cherish everything you keep doing at the legislature. And let me use a medium to salute you for the role you keep playing. Even though you were an integral part of our winning during the past elections, but yet you still hold government officials, even some of whom I quote unquote believe to be recommended by you. You still keep holding your stand unless during the CDC administration we did not see lawmakers on the CDC doing that. So quickly,
CDC like
the president. So right, gotta give me turn your speaking. I didn't interrupt you. The president intimated his stance against those who committed atrocity against the state. There are multiplicity of evidence that has to do with the EPS fellow who passed. The late Senator Prince Johnson raised that issue. That the guy was killed, he was murdered, and then the auditors body that were discovered on Broad Street and the late party in Hinswa. You as leaders.
So I will let's speed up. I have to go after 12. I got session tomorrow.
The man gotta go.
I finished. So what are some of the modalities you working out ensuring that speedy investigation into that matter?
Well, the president has ordered the opening of these court cases if they were court. My understanding is that the Minister of Justice has submitted some findings or some reports to the president regarding some of these issues. I think the press secretary to the president spoke to the country on Friday thereabout. We talked about the 3 missing Liberian citizens connected with Moses funeral home. I think about the $16 billion issue and what have you. We're prosecuting and we'll continue to prosecute where applicable. Prosecution is not sentimental. It's not an emotional thing. It's not a partisan thing. When you carry your feelings to court, you lose a case. Some people think we are not even prosecuting. Samuel 12, for instance, and 3 others are under prosecution. But because they are not in handcuffs, behind bar, means we are not prosecuting them. You see, part of the respect for the rule of law is to go by what the law says, even when you're prosecuting people. The crime Samuel 12 and others are charged with corruption crime. Those crimes are bailable crimes.
Allegedly.
Come again?
Allegedly.
No, when you're charging people to court, you don't say the government believes that it has case against these people, it has evidence. So the charge sheet does not carry alleged. They say the person maliciously did SYC. That's what the charge sheet can carry, right? So it doesn't carry alleged because the government believes in its evidence. It is the defense from the person accused that can challenge the government evidence to get them free, or the government evidence is strong to get them convicted. So the crime that Samuel Twain and they are charged with.
But Senator, it is no. Let the listening public get this quickly. It is very clear that the reason why we use the word alleged, because one is presumed.
They are not compared.
One is presumed. One is
Sylvester,
innocent.
Sylvester.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sylvester. No, so I've been in prosecution for over 11 years. I was special assistant to the Solicitor General.
I know that.
The constitutional protection, the presumption of innocence, does not stop the government from saying you stole, we carry you to court.
Exactly.
The charge sheet does not carry that somebody allegedly did. They say somebody with malicious intent, purposely, deliberately stole.
Yeah.
That's what the charge sheet can carry everywhere. Nothing alleged. You don't see alleged on the charge sheet.
I'm just saying, listen, Senator, let's leave the.
So I'm saying the government. I'm saying the government believes it has a case. But why some people? Why some people think? Why some people think prosecution is not going on? Because they don't see these people who are charged in jail with handcuffs. But you can keep the people in jail when the charge or the crime
is bailable.
It's bailable.
Yeah.
And every time the people file a motion, a trial at law, issues at law, motions at law, those things got to be done with in keeping with the legal practice. It doesn't mean prosecution is not wrong. Prosecution may be slow, but sometimes it can be sure. The government having prosecution ongoing, but some people think once the people are not in jumpsuit already, they are not in handcuff paraded on Broad Street already, there's no prosecution going on. I think that is not right.
Senator Dillon, before I won't let you leave asking this question though. Quickly, the first question is 2029, you up for re-election. Will you be running will you be running again for the Montserrat senatorial seat, or will you be running for president 2029? And then the second thing is, what's your position on the issue at the House of Representatives? Do you believe the Justice Minister of Liberia, Attorney General, misinterpreted the Supreme Court? That's why today they are seeking bail information. And lastly, the issue about reforming the Senate. When will you guys call for a systemic audit of the Senate, and not the way they do it? They do it. Just go and do. Instead of systemic audit, real audit of the Liberian Senate. Instead of
maybe 2029.
please address these questions quickly. They don't. Please, I beg.
One of the reasons why maybe we can't go anywhere as a country, especially when it comes to the government, because we in public office, especially politicians, we're always thinking about our next election. We forget about now. We are in 2025. I'm more concerned about now. Those who want to run in 2029, they are the ones who are election.
Are you contesting
2029 with? But you ask me a question. You want me to answer the way they answer you want me to get to you? Or you want me to answer? 2029 will decide itself. I am more concerned about delivering with the rescue mission government. Now, every day. We are in 2025. And then 2029 make people finding all kind of way to make everybody look like the unfair, the ugly, the blackmailing people. That is 2029. That is 2029. If we focus,
the center is ruling out most rather.
If we focus now, 2029 will decide itself. And Pewee, I know where you're going. Let me just nip it. That thing why you're speculating care all around that Dara didn't want to run in Grandmaster County, I have already rejected that over and again. So let me make a simple analogy. assuming that, for instance, Nyombi Kanga Lawrence, who is the current senator of Grand Bassa County, assuming that she does not aspire for higher office and she still wants to run again in 2029, that she didn't want to run again. No, because people always talk about Grand Bassa County 1 year, ask me for Monserrato. I know why all the questions for all those who want to run their phone queue in 2025 now, for 2029. I am more focused on getting at this rescue government that will put our everything together to succeed. 2029 will
definitely strong contenders against it.
I'm a financial audit and
So CDC will empower Abidjan Tuta on senatorial ballot. Wait, but Sarah, we get her discussion again now. After you say most of your but Sarah, after you say most of your apparition. So by the time I talk the thing, you can tell you.
No.
But Sarah, let me talk now.
Go ahead.
You can't win Monserrato again. Just leave it.
You can't.
Yeah, that's true. You're bring somebody. Let ANC bring somebody.
You won because of collaboration.
See, how you have to
that comment is bringing after you.
Hey man, guys, I beg you.
How you talking about comments?
Let me ask the question before.
Let me ask my question. I think I have two questions remaining.
Okay.
After 2 hours, the senator got to go rest tomorrow. Session day.
Oh, come on.
Abu Shala, yeah.
Your job is secure. Don't worry.
Please, the Justice Minister.
I think he's frozen. He's frozen.
Oh, the senator?
Yeah, he's frozen.
He's not frozen. Huh?
He's frozen.
He's frozen.
Yeah. People want to know the senator position on the issue of the legislature.
Is that somebody said the ANC sabotage?
Yeah, but let ask some questions.
Forget about the election feeding. Let's look at the real question.
Yeah, let's ask some questions.
No, but election is done. For me, I don't do
election
it.
is done. So we think they're getting the pass and now the situation.
Chief Tomalin, the reason I've been quiet is because everybody needs to be given the chance to speak. And I like for him to be here.
No, you brought up today. You may hold you on 2 points. The problem about being sentimental.
Excuse me.
You research. I said the men there. You on 2 issues. The first thing you started on a wrong premise.
What wrong premise? Today, did you see? Did you watch the debate?
I come in 1 minute. You talk about comfort Sawyer. You talk about comfort Sawyer was not confirmed by the
I never said comfort. I said he's chair of foreign affairs.
You also talk about the 4G confirmation. The confirmation lasted for about 3 months.
Listen.
So that one
I said as chair of foreign affairs, it is his responsibility to have what we call national security. That's his area.
No, come on. You started by saying you did a 4G confirmation. That was
listen to that. My question was, were you responsible for Gray and Sawyer? He chose to address Sawyer and not Gray. You see, you got to understand when I say he's splitting hair.
I agree. He addressed Sawyer and Gray lasted for 2 months.
He chose not to address the Gray, but he addressed the Sawyer. And this is why you have to be keen when people are making debate. Okay, now he's talking about credibility. I want to come back later on when everybody had the chance to speak. That's why I've been quiet.
After me, Robert, people, the people are saying Robert, the one that really asked so we'll give it to Robert. So, but the issue about the senator addressing it, I want to find out for his position on Justice Minister interpretation of the Supreme Court opinion, whether he agrees with the Justice Minister, and also why the Senate have not done a financial audit instead of systemic audit. We want to find out how the taxpayer dollars are being used.
Yeah. My question to him would be: he's talking about conflict of interest. He doesn't want to get involved in the conflict of interest. If that is the case, why is he sitting on this platform and telling us that I'm going to do all I can that our government, this rescue government, succeeds if we have a separation of power? Okay, how is that possible? Now the second one here would be the gentleman is talking about the rule of law. Yet and still, he sided with the majority bloc in concurring with their budget on which is being paid. So how do you compromise those two things? And then you guys are sitting and saying the gentleman trying to make
You're already making news on your own. Me, I've been patient.
Nobody making news here. The problem here is Mr. Gay. What problem here is the problem here is it's an information. We've been here for 3 hours and 11 minutes. The guy spoke for 2 hours and 34 minutes. That information.
You see that the man never raised ready for you.
I've been in the back. Where's the dresser? You see, everybody keep here with dresser. Where's the dresser?
You see, and listen, I don't want to go there, man.
Where's the dresser?
Fuck me back.
So because they come to everybody come with dresser.
I'm not going. I'm not coming back.
It's our honorable man. We gotta give you the courtesy. That's all.
Also, you know, I dress well. I can't wait.
Abu work too. Abu, why you work time at work?
Pewee, when you go to debate, you gotta listen very keenly.
You
gotta listen very keenly.
But you don't
Are you one of those the NPA director is paying $4,000 for doing nothing?
No,
all rules.
I see. If you are cognizant of debate, because you support Dylan, so you come out of the buttress like when the guy
he did not advocate for
Mr. Abu, you back? I salute you. Abu, I salute. Chief Tomalin. You see, Abu, the S in his name is Salute. Abu Salute Kamara, that's his name.
But the question I want Senator Dillon to answer is he worked in the Solicitor General office for 11 years. He's somebody who is not a lawyer, but at least have a knowledge of the law and have fundamental of the law. We want to know his position, why he supported, the majority bloc. That's what we want to know.
Mr. Gay, the man said he
has
been...
the concur, and you are part of the concurring. What are you talking about?
The man force I say, man, for that, I've been busy.
I'm angry. I said the man concorded, and you talking about angry?
No.
So you didn't follow that. So during that vote, Bezo got finished, Abraham Barros, Delon, and I think 2 other senators voted against.
Okay.
And that's just something these things a good take time.
And another question that I have for Senator Dillon, I don't know if that question was asked. I just want to ask it here. If that question was asked, so I don't ask that same question if he.
He's not coming back. I'm not going to bed.
Well, okay, if he's not coming back, we can get Paul to show the show. If he comes back, that's fine. If he doesn't come back, some of the things that he said, we can talk about. Senator Dillon came on the show here and said he never advocated against. Listen now, he said he never advocated against the dual citizenship bill with restrictions, isn't it?
That's what he said.
No, he said that
he was on FM with Julia Jett.
I mean, listen. No, I think Anthony. I think he said that the bill that was originally
originated from the diaspora
had no restriction. But when it went to his colleagues, they inserted some restrictions.
The restriction.
Correct. But Senator Dillon, I even wrote in the comment section, I used to be a part of Senator Dillon's class, where he used to have podcasts twice a week. I used to be part of that class. In that classroom, Senator Dillon advocated for some kind of restriction.
Yes, that's true.
All right?
Yeah.
Outside of that, he appears on the OK FM show with Julia Jett and also advocated for some kind of restriction.
Yep.
With Clarence Jackson also, he advocated for some kind of restriction. Right?
And I come Anthony.
He advocated for it. Now his friends in the Senate that brought about it.
Anthony, did you get a senator on that one? He said the bill from the lower house came with no restriction. He didn't say that he didn't advocate for
understand. I'm telling you something.
He didn't say that he didn't advocate for restriction or no restriction. What he said basically a plateau. He accepting that there should be some kind of a restriction.
That's what he said.
No, that's what he said. That's what he said.
No, that's not what he said. He said when his colleague raised the issue of the restriction, he rather have something than nothing.
Right.
Exactly. Meaning he accepts the restriction issue.
Mr. Pewee, hold on. It is completely different than when you yourself as an individual go on your platform or be invited as a guest on the show, also advocating for restriction. That's two separate things. I understand the point that the senator agreed to a compromise.
Right.
As a lawmaker, you make compromise on certain things. You may not have other things that you want. That's a normal practice, granted. Yeah. But he cannot come here and claim innocent as to not advocating for the restriction, because DeLon himself, on DeLon classes, I used to be a regular member. We used to be, roll call used to be called, we used to answer present. That's how regular we were on the DeLon show.
Anthony Gay.
You understand?
Anthony Gay.
Yes.
When it comes to debate, this is what we call splitting hair. You have to have the keen ear of listening. What you are saying here, Mr. Pewee, is completely confused. He has no idea what you're talking about. He merging the two. That's when I posed the question to Dylan, instead of answering the question, he picked the one that was favorite to him that he wanted to reject, and nobody picked it up. And I'm saying this, and somebody here
you see.
So what are my ANC men or not?
You have to listen clearly.
Hey guys, hold on, guys, hold on, guys, hold on, guys. 1 minute. No, I just want some order. Let's talk one at a time.
Exactly, and I'm not going to go against time limit.
Yeah, but I want to.
Okay, so let's do 2 minutes each. So Sylvester, hold on, guys.
Okay, I'm going to be the timekeeper.
Okay, please, guys, hold on 1 second.
I want to get the Senate of credit for the level of leadership I've seen today. The joint committee that they had today. I mean, this is the best I've seen the Liberian Senate. 1, being organized. 2, being focused on the issue. 3, being very professional. I mean, our legislature need to conduct businesses like this. On many occasions, you find our lawmaker go there and joke around, But today, however, it shows some kind of seriousness. The introductory part of it, the presentation and the deliberation, everything. I watched it and it was very commending. I mean, like Senator Dillon rightly said tonight, it's not all done yet. They're still going to do some follow-on and whatnot. But
guys,
this is the kind of
let me make an announcement quick. The senator
at all, like in the Senate and the rest of the legislature.
The senator will do a part 2, but his batteries went low, and it's late in Liberia. Tomorrow is session day, so he will come back here. So we can prepare for his next appearance anytime for now. He will be coming back. So.
No problem. I mean, he must have the courage to come here. I must give it to him.
Let's do post thing now.
I wanted to ask the senator whether they're going to open it.
You not see your memory rescue line. You not see
guys. Hold on, guys. Someone I know you back, but let's do at least 2 minutes each.
Yeah, Robert, take control. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so let's give everyone a chance to speak so that the audience can hear. So,
Robert, can I go first?
Hold on, you landed, right? Hold on.
Yeah. I done what I was saying.
Okay, so next, Mr. Gilman, just 1 second. Let Saliki go, and then you go next. 2 minutes, please. Saliki, go ahead.
Yeah, it's late on my end, and we are in a fast mode, so I need to go. So I think it was a good show, but again, and I want to appreciate it, Brother Robert, for the question you asked him and the point you try to make. And you can't deviate from this. And I hear Brother Pewee and Brother Tomalin saying we need to leave the election angle and all of that. Look, elections are over. Whether we realize that or not, that's a reality. And if we don't realize that, we're only going to be hurting ourselves. Dylan is not going to leave power until his 9 years, come to an end. Likewise, Joseph Boakai and the Unity Party. So we understand these things. But the fact of the matter is that those guys, they set a standard for themselves. And right after the election, they deviate from that. And that is very deceptive. You don't do that. Look at what is happening today in Liberia. And somebody asking about the economy in Tomalin, He started laughing. Oh, we're making some mistake. That's not mistake. You guys are failing the Liberian people. Okay? Look at what happened today to James Eto at EAW Hospital. That lady almost lost her life because of the kind of leadership you guys bring to the Liberian people. And you come and say on the public platform, you say, we're making a mistake. It's not a mistake. Look at Martin. Every time Martin will come up, you know, put up a light about corruption in the government, before the LCC have the guts to call those people for investigation. So it's almost like Martin is the one heading the LACC right now. Because every time the LACC issue an investigation, Martin must have done a post that led to that invitation. And all the people they've been inviting, fellow Liberians, how many results or conclusions we have heard from those investigations? None. You know, but Senator Dillon and the other people, the Abu Dhabi, they will come, they play, you know, game around this thing, and then they say they're not focusing on 2029, but they are focusing on 2029. That's the problem. But it was a good show. Thank you all so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Abu. Mr.
Abu,
Abu. We're gonna have some order.
Let Abu go.
Okay. So you go ahead, Abu. 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was cool.
No interruption, please. Go ahead, Abu.
What's what is it?
Go ahead,
Abu. It's your turn. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes going.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, even though I was sanctioned from speaking, it was amazing having Senator Dillon on the show. He came to validate almost everything we have been seeing on the show. 100 times I will vote President Boaga or George Weah. George Weah was a disaster. George Weah desecrated almost every sector of our country. Evidenced by what we're going through today. You have people who committing crimes across the world have a passport. And they're not supposed to be in charge of our passport. Like the former passport director said, I think a few days ago on Spoon Talk. And Andrew, I think Andrew working. Last thing I don't know. The guy said you are just receiving instruction for guys who were at the executive mansion that you should give passport to people who don't deserve it. So having Senator Dillon come on the show, a man who vigorously campaign ensuring that we are leading the presidency, criticizing a government that you made, it tells you that we are no longer in a period where, you know, voices used to be suppressed. Today, people in our party, even where I work, my own boss man, he's been criticized by people who, you know, are members of our party. That tell you how decent our party is.
Where you work?
It tell you how decent the Unity Party is. When I talk kind of speak, I'll now answer you. It tell you how decent the Unity Party is. So as always, man, it was good being on the show with Senator Dillon. And I don't want Fitzilian coming on the show thinking that you're trying to spend things. Senator Dillon, prior to the elections, he promised that he won't take anything home above 5,000. And all of us are aware, if you're not putting your personal feeling into it, Senator Dillon got rehab center that he's supporting. I think they have, almost 4 classes graduating. And these people, today, they are productive in society. The other day, the senator Facebook page cover one of the ladies who, if I appreciated the senator for restoring the sensitivity of so many things.
Thank you, Abu. But before I go to Mr. Gilman, the only thing I'm going to say to that, though, awesome show, and it's great that you're doing your piece as a supporter of the Unity Party. That's why you are here. So I won't knock you for that. But it's hard to make the argument that George Weah government did this when today, and I'm looking forward to the senator coming back on. I thought he was brave to come on and engage us, and I think a lot of folks will come on. Just because we disagree fiercely does not mean we cannot have a civil, respectful conversation. This is what the closing argument is about, right? But it's difficult to make that argument of what George Weah did. But almost 13 months into your government, today, the foreign minister had an opportunity to give Liberia a synopsis of what the Joseph Boakai foreign policy looks like, given everything that has happened with what the U.S. is doing and what the Trump's administration is doing, which is clearly protecting Americans' interests, right? What did she say? She said that the Liberia's foreign policy direction was a work in progress. And so if it's still a work in progress, Abu, after almost 12 months into this leadership, with a government that was so Liberians on experience that they had everything it took to work and hit the ground on day one, it's difficult to make that argument when your foreign policy approach or direction is a work in progress. I won't believe that, right? You can't sell that to me.
You got knocked out.
Yeah, I think I was in the back. So when you make,
I would say thank God you left.
when you make this argument again,
You gotta see easy logic around making that.
Abu, Lamatana, you don't be interrupting now.
Well, you not.
Yeah, thank you. So you can mute yourself. So when you make
mute yourself.
When you make this argument to people, again, that's a partisanship argument, but you have got to look at the reality. And the reality is this government have not shown that they have a defined foreign policy approach or direction or anything of that sort. I didn't say that. The foreign minister said that. I mean, you have Liberians that are currently being threatened to be deported. What does the president do? He comes and make fun out of people. And so again, Liberians who are threatened as far as being deported, Liberians who are looking for this government to speak on their behalf and to understand what foreign policy approach that they have, did not get that answer today when she went to Capitol Hill. But Mr. Gilman, what are your thoughts on the interview?
Well, my only thought on the interview is that there's something we call filibuster in debate, which is when you don't want to answer the question, you just ramble and keep going and going and going. We were here for 3 hours, 34 minutes. I've been counting it. The gentleman talked for 2 hours and 34 minutes without answering any of the question. That is a strategy. But Pewee wouldn't see it, and definitely Abu wouldn't see it. Here we are as people. I was on a show with the Front Page Africa editor when he said he called Dylan. He sent this what they call Leonard Dudu. Said Dylan has lied. He's a liar. He's in Ghana as we speak. He challenged the newspaper to produce evidence. Leonard Dudu is from Ghana. He went to Ghana and got the record of this man buying ticket in Monrovia and going to Ghana, and there's change in it. And when Rodney CF brought him to book, he had no choice but to admit. For him to sit on this platform to say, if I had a choice, I would have challenged the newspaper, but I didn't because I knew I was wrong. That's a lie. But because this platform belongs to you guys, we have to give it some respect because the evidence is here. For my bastard brother to sit here and say that he has repented. And worst of all, to be on this platform, to use a racial or ethnic slur by referring to somebody as Guinean. It's terrible. It's terrible. Siddiqui is a Liberian, just like Kamara is, and Gayman is, and Tomalin George is, and Sarah, and nobody took him to task. It's terrible. Thank you very much.
Okay, Sylvester, you have 2 minutes. I didn't for some reason I didn't get that part, but it was great you mentioned that. Abu, stop interrupting, my dear friend.
Let me, and by no chance I did that. And when I said first I supported Mr. Dillon was back in 2029. I didn't support him this past time. I already criticizing in recent time he did wrong. And I didn't come to say defend him whatsoever. But one thing I will always do as an intellectual, I will balance, to always push to balance the reality. I will not be sentimental. And I'll never engage in anything. You're talking about filibustering process is always in the legislature or parliament. It's not in any ordinary debate, right? So we focus on our life. So, but let me say this to you here. You need to cross here. You see, you come, if an intellectual will be mindful how you want to engage. The premise you lay from the time the senator came on the show, you blunder. You don't just scapegoat nobody in this place. You came about weak disposition this evening here. You came about information you got no clue of. You just wanted to come and showcase somebody you would tie with a shining glass to put a see it. No, you don't appear that way someone to do things, and that was and you say PVPP. I did nothing yet to incentivize what the senator said. But you come in a kind of a making ball way, and try to portray a particular something that you cannot sustain or substantiate, that was for the whole thing. You came first, the premier you lay was comfort soil in and do a gray hair of 4G confirmation. The confirmation lasted for 2 months, 3 weeks. He took time to explain that. He's not lying. Comfort soil was never appointed to be confirmed. She's on the board of NASCA. If you set those kind of a basis, is someone put a bus story there or someone trying to say you don't understand the debate you're trying to promote here? I mean, we shouldn't give your opponent weapon to use against your person. Then you using it one thing about Pewee or coffee. When I come into a debate or a conversation, I will take time to research on the issues. I'm issues oriented. I'm never sentimental. Because if you allow sentiment to becloud your intellectual thought process, they're going to use that to degrade you and debase your thought process. And that's what he did to you. He debased you on the basis of the emotional way you came in, and the premier you said was totally wrong from the beginning. Any smart politician would do that. That's what he did to you. It's not that he fed a bus story. What is he fed a bus story about? No. So it's the business. So stop saying Pewee. I didn't support him. And I don't support, but you said of erroneous basis, and that's why he dealt with.
Thank you, Sylvester. Before Sarah comes, I will give Gilman. I will give you 30 seconds to respond real quick, and then we'll go to Sarah.
Well, I have 30 seconds to respond.
No, absolutely, that's fine. It's fair. And after that, we'll go to Sarah. Go ahead.
I did not expect Pewee to support anything I say because he's a protege and an agent of Darrell Dillon. You see how he cleverly didn't address the radical allegation that Dillon is a liar or chronic liar. He didn't address that. He didn't address the fact that Darrell Dillon have lied repeatedly, including lying and making himself and his mother shame. He didn't address those things that have to do with character. In this country, I used to teach something called character matters. Okay? Darrell Dillon is not in that class. Thank you.
Okay, Sylvester, you want to respond?
Yeah, character matter where? Where is the teach that?
Can we move on? I got
Sarah, you come in, Sarah.
Where you to teach that? Where you to teach character matters?
My computer is dying.
You want me to tell you where I teach?
Yeah, you say you don't teach where?
I'm in my school. I'm sitting right here in my school. I own the school.
Where your school?
Oh, come on.
Let's go to school. I'm not doing that right. Listen, let me come in real quickly, and I'm in here.
Okay, go ahead.
I pass the limit to be a swoosh ball to any individual moving forward. I can never be a protege, but what I can be a kind of a creature by which I set the basis for folks to move ahead, advanced thought process and idea, and good vision for the country. I can never be a protege of anybody to use a stoosh. No, I passed the level ever since. The basis I want to set in this place sometime, and if you don't know, let me say this to you. I didn't support the Unity Party government. I supported President. We are in the CDC past time, and I'm very passionate about my support base to them. But what I do stand for, I stand for rational reality. That's what I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Sarah, please go. No interruption, please.
Before I make my conclusion, I would like you guys to listen to this video real quick. It's very short. That is Senator Dillon speaking here.
Now, when I video can you
Abu, we will mute you if pause that for a second, please, Sarah. Abu, stop interrupting.
I don't know when
after the video is played, you cannot be interrupting while the video is being played. People will not hear it. So after she's done, you can ask the question.
Oh no, why you let her interrupt?
No, please start the video and go ahead. Sarah, go ahead, please. No interruption. Go ahead.
A former passport director was sanctioned by the U.S. government. You were NSA director at the time. Yes, I was. And the government of Liberia, under President Weah, with Myean as Minister of Foreign Affairs, announced the launch of an investigation. With your confirmation here, the honor of this administration, these issues were raised, and they were committed to resurrect those issues for closure and for people to be brought to book when applicable. When are we done investigating talking about this reference to investigate or complete an hour to court? You have to want to court. And investigators will send the court. The sale of passport involving the Minister of Foreign Affairs election with David Gray and Comfort Sawyer with the issue of Yemen, the Senate report. So there is no active investigation regarding that issue. So that led to the strengthening of the issue of what that was. We had a team that came from the states, and we all worked together. That's that investigation, and so a report was made. How the Mr. Justice was
Okay. So my comment on this video is Senator Dillon lied. Senator Dillon lied. The lady, I think it's the one in Buki, doing his confirmation, and that confirmation was denied. But these are people that were mentioned with regards to the passport, the dual grade, or other people, and Dillon, this UP government still maintain those very people in their government, but they come on here to point finger at the CDC government that they inherited this or they inherited that. The senator lied. Number one. Number two, the senator lied on the CDC government talking about all the reformation law that the president put in. The reason why he went against it because it was against the Liberian people. That's a lie. Senator Dillon was against the fact that he didn't want for people in the diaspora to have any position in Liberia when it comes to them going to Liberia to vote, to take any position. But he will come on here to lie, to say, oh, it was against the Liberian people. That's the reason why they voted against it. That's a lie. At the end of the day, I think it was a great show. We had the opportunity to interact with the Honorable. And most of the things I believe he said was just a spin. The Unity Party government is failing the Liberian people. They had a chance over the last 6 years. They said all the lies they could about the CDC government. And when they came to power, they are going down in history, as far as I see up to this point, to be the worst government that the Liberian people can ever see. Every sector of the Unity Party government is corrupt. So says Rescue Rumble. Not from my word. He's unearthing those corruptions, and they can see it. And for him to have the guts to say, oh, if I cross my eye 10 times, I will vote Unity Party or Joseph Baka over or we are. It's shameless. He has no defense. He has to say that. Okay, he has to say that because at the end of the day, they are doing nothing for the Liberian people. The bread and butter issue are not discussed. It's not a priority for them. All they do is they are taking fat salaries like the MPA director is doing now, giving his cronies fat salaries, while the poor workers are lavishing in poverty. Abu, you can laugh all you want. It's a difficulty for you to come on here to defend United Party. You guys have not done anything for the Liberian people. Nothing. It's all showmanship. Okay, it's all showmanship. You had the opportunity. You lie on CDC for 6 years. You had the opportunity for the past 13 months now to at least set the pace. Like Senator Dillon and make it. You guys have not set any pace. There's no direction right now. We don't know where this government is going. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a disaster as far as I see. And it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. That's not what I want for my country, but this is what we have. Thank you.
Hold tight. Let me ask you a question real quick. As 1 second, sir. As a sedition, let me ask you a question real quick.
I'm not a sedition. I'm a Weashen.
Oh, Weashen, great. Even most specification. As a Weashen, right? And I understand your passion, right?
Right.
You talked about how this government have done anything, and you know, I'm speaking as a moderator now, so I'm putting on my devil advocate hat, right? But as a Weashen, given the fact that Unity Party on day one had a strategy when it came to holding the Weah administration feet to the fire from day one, they did not give him time for honeymoon. They did not give him time to rest.
Right.
Everything that has happened so far, do you think that, does it frustrate you that the opposition party, or the largest opposition party for that matter in CDC, have not really put forth, or we have not heard a voice when it comes to strategically, politically, and you know what? Just as patriotic citizens, speaking on these key issues, speaking on these key promises that have been broken by this administration, and politicians like Dillon who supported the things that they frown. We can sit here on this platform and talk about them and point them out all the time, but we are not Weashen. We are not seditions, right? We are Liberians. We are independents, right? How would you respond if people says to you, Sarah, I blame you guys too? And this was part of the reason why you lost this election was because you did not have a strategy to debunk and respond to the lies that got Unity Party to power. And even though these lies have got a Unity Party to power, they have not proved that they had any plan to lead outside of these lies. But the CDC government is basically just sitting and watching them do what they want to do and get away with murder. How would you respond to that?
Well, you know, I will respond in the affirmative. I mean, you are right. And I myself, I'm very, very frustrated about some of the things that are going on. But one of the things I want to point out is that the United Party had a collaboration from the beginning, and they collaborated effectively to spread the lies that they did against the CDC government. But this time around, I don't see the CDC government collaborating with other opposition members to do that. And there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that are going on. I mean, corruption in every sector of this government. A lot of things that the CDC government can collaborate with the opposition to expose these guys and see that they just lie to the Liberian people for nothing.
Ms. Dapo, let me chime in here.
Wait, Mr. Gilman, 1 second. Let Abu come in.
Oh, let me close. Let me finish.
Okay, let Sarah end. Yeah, Sarah.
A point of correction, real quick, Sarah.
Okay.
I think few days ago I was on here and we talked about CDC has a serious issue, and people didn't understand what we were saying, and the address is what you were saying. CDC has a Lofa issue. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah land and then
So let me land here. So I myself have been, saying the same thing, talking to them. They need to push harder. They need to collaborate with other, oppositions like the ANC and other people, and expose this government. This government came on the pillars of lies, and like the people can say, you can lie to win, but you cannot lie to govern. And this is the reason why they are finding it difficult to govern, because they lie to the Liberian people. And to my point, Yeke Kolba is on tip for saying that. He said we lie to the Liberian people to come in power, and he supported the Unity Party government to come to power. So CDC will have to do a great job if they want to see themselves on 2029 ticket successfully. They will need to push harder, and they need to collaborate with other opposition to expose this government, because they ain't worth it.
Thank you, Abu.
Yeah, Raul, it is unfortunate that Sarah doesn't know the salary structure. Yeah,
let me speak without being interrupted, please. Go ahead.
It is unfortunate that you find yourself, supporting a man who doesn't know, how to run a country. The salary structure are MPA, and they will be my very first and the last time speaking to it. In that structure that Sekou Dukle as a managing director set up. The salary structure inherited. And in fact, the matter of fact, my own dear brother did a post with 21,000 according to him at the end of the month. That's a lie, and it is only intended to generate likes and comments on a post. The last time I checked, Bill Twawi, Dana Nimbo, and the acting managing director at the time, Cecilia. These are all figures that were appointed by Guar, and those people were taking away 1,670 gallons of gasoline at the end of every month. Today, Sekou Dukle is taking less than 200, taking less than 300 gallons. Going to your fact check. Today, Sekou Dukle is walking away with 2 bags of rice. Unlike Beto was walking away with 10 bags of rice. I say in it, Raul. No, but you shouldn't be laughing now. You were speaking and I did not describe you. You got to stop that.
Go ahead, Abu.
But what he's saying is very
Sarah, let him speak. Let him speak.
You're talking big cloud with sentiment. So for me, I don't dare into that, right? But yeah, is it somebody can make it 2,000 points, bro. So like I was saying, right, Bravo. Out of what Sekou Dukle inherited as the managing director of the port, he has dispatched a team across the country to visit all the outstation posts. Today, you see what people lightening you see them lightening the port, improving the facelift of the entity, and we have remitted 400,000 of social security fund to NASCO. That money when I pay on Beta or managing director, the money when I pay on Jana Nimbo managing director, Today, in the first time, the history of MPA since its establishment to own or own ambulance, the first time for MPA to procure vehicles in order to enhance operation. That is happening under the stewardship of Sekou Double. So somebody count the show in Tina Myean doing. We are governing this country. We are restoring governance to all the sectors.
Okay, so Abu, I'll give you 30 seconds to answer this. I heard you say that the salary structure at the NPA was inherited. I want you to be honest in answering this question, right? Because an inquiring mind will want to know if the salary structure was inherited, same way the harmonization that you frown on was also inherited, same way Matic were also inherited, same way East International that you said did not have the ability to do anything, least to say the big project, RIA project were also inherited. Everything that you did not think George Weah could do was inherited. So if everything that was wrong was inherited, it's your ability to restructure or to change, to implement these changes that you came to change. Is it also inherited too?
Yeah, let me say something to you, right?
You say you inherited too?
Oh,
so you inherited the former president inability to do.
You just asked me a question, and it's fair to say you should a lot of time for me to answer the question. So many things that we inherited, we have corrected it, we have changed some of those things.
So why have you not restructured the salary that you inherited at NBA? What's stopping you from doing that?
Thank you, Robert.
We restructured the benefits. We restructured the benefits.
You restructured the benefit, but not the salary.
We restructured the benefits. We restructured the benefits.
Abu, you are on laughing.
Listen, Robert. You don't expect a generating revenue entity to make the same salary as the spending entity. In order to discourage corruption and to motivate entities that are generating revenue, they must be incentivized. That's the reason why when the Minister of Finance has gone to the Senate, going through his confirmation hearing, the senator who just left, Senator Dillon, get asked him, why are you guys not asking the president or urging the president, being a supporter of the president, to ensure that you carry on salary reduction across the SOEs? And let me quote what the minister said. He said, in order to motivate people who are generating revenue, you have to encourage them, you have to incentivize them, you have to pay them, in order to discourage them from corruption. Because those people are contributing significantly to the revenue. So you can compare SOEs and dollar spending entities.
Yeah, but the issue with that narrative, and I will let Tomalin come in. The issue with that is you did not. The same question I asked the senator when he said we need to seek. I apologize to George Weah for criticizing him for flying private jet. Now that President Joseph Boakai is the private jet in chief, he now wants to seek understanding on the usage of executive private jet, right? There was no consideration whatsoever given to the need for President George Weah to fly private jet. And he even indicated that, George Weah said his friend gave him the private jet, but maybe he missed the interview from the deputy minister. The deputy information minister came in and said that the private jet being used by Joseph Boakai is at no cost to the Liberian people because it's been donated.
Absolutely.
So one second, sir. One second. And so when you talk about everything that you inherited, Abu, again, the question that an inquiring mind will want to know, and not only those who don't necessarily support Unity Party, there are Liberians who are in the middle. There are Liberians who does not see Unity Party and CDC as an alternative. They want to go on a different path.
Right.
But when you campaign on change, when you campaign on everything that was wrong, you even campaign in front of government officials going to the airport to greet the president. And it was a political narrative made by some of my closest friends in Unity Party. George Lobo was one who said that under any serious government, under any government officials that are seriously doing the Liberian people work, they don't have time to drive from a rover to One second, Abu, you're not interrupt. Abu, 1 second. So go ahead, greet. And so when people see you do and adopt most of what you criticize and most of what it was anticipated you would change. When they see you adopt these things, the question is, did you really didn't like the idea, or did you not like the fact that it wasn't you? That's the question. And so when you say, well, people it's how much money that this guy is bringing to the to MPA, or what is his qualification enough to justify what he's making? But you did not change the salary structure. You changed the benefit. You cannot change the benefit when the benefit is also part of the salary structure. So it's counterproductive. So I'll give you 10 more seconds. I'll give you 10 more seconds again. Wait, I will give you 10 more seconds.
I just told you the MD Duke predecessors were making almost 20,000 at the end of every month. They did not see one to
show me the papers. So how much is it making now?
Lies.
How much is it making now?
Making far below that.
How much?
He making far below that. He making far below that amount.
What is the amount? What's the figure?
He is making far below that amount.
Far below is not a figure. You just said they were making 20,000. What is far below?
What is far below?
Far below is not a figure.
Far below that amount. And one of the things is,
okay, Tomalin.
That's
Let
me come in, right? Look, Robert, I think we had a great show, and now we're getting more guests coming on the show now because of what happening. People are asking to come on our show. Which is good for us. We'll come for our show. Come on our show. That's good. We welcome. We repeat. We say this platform for everybody. You're free to come here. And one thing we'll be discussing next is that CTN contract that was renegotiated. I got a lot of information on that contract over the weekend, and I know the man director of the MPA. He's someone who I don't think he doesn't want to appear on platform, but we'll all get on due diligence to appear. If they don't appear, we'll not force them, but we'll talk the facts there. So that CTN contract that was renegotiated, we'll discuss it. We'll talk about it and talk. All the players are behind it. We'll talk who getting what in our contract. We'll talk about it. We're not spend nothing yet. So
nobody getting money.
Okay, when we bring the documents, we'll prove it. We'll show it. Man, I got enough documents on that issue. You'll see it. We'll bring it forward and we'll talk about it. But Robert, I mean, you stole the day. Everybody keep on and cheer you up. They say you're the best dressed guy. Also the man with the tough question. Everybody said. But honestly, no, though. I'll say this. The fact of the matter is that the issue about this, they don't money. What he said you'll give. If be honest with him, the man said he gave the money to the rehabilitation center. Exactly. And number one, the man said the money people are accusing the money his project is on in government budget. He said challenging about to prove it. The government not giving them money, no subsidy. He said they continue at the port. When they continue come from the port at the port, they pay their own money for it. And Robert asked a question about how much it costs somebody to go through that program. He said $800 to $900. That's what that mean. So all the things happen. He said the supporters.
7 to 900. I will make a contribution to 700.
So I want to say the question the question he did not answer for me was that question about the private jet. I don't think the answers he gave me is the question that because he said after they have gone through that, seen the necessity to have a private jet now to fly because what happened in some region, but he still need more explanation on that particular question because they don't justification of that private jet and still that the president should be using. Another one is the issue about the passport issue. The passport director, I'm told he lied on an oath today. And we're pressing for that. And the issue about Myean. Myean, when election ended, ECOWAS appointed Myean as representative for ECOWAS in Sierra Leone. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of State, if I find out a letter, I'll bring it to you guys, I'll put it in the chat room. They wrote ECOWAS to reject the man. ECOWAS even said this man he was very helpful in your transition to power during the transition period. He's qualified for the job, gave him the job, but they wrote ECOWAS to reject the man. What they did, they appointed Marjon Kamara. ECOWAS rejected her. ECOWAS said, if you will not send this guy, then Liberia, you see, not for Liberia will not have a seat. And Ghanaian to occupy in that seat, which is not fair to the country and fair to Myean. Myean should have been given the opportunity to serve his country, but that was no problem. Another one again, about the issue with confirmation hearing. He said he'll get back to us too. I was told that Imam Dugle, he and JD Slanger, they were accused of corruption, pepper and maritime fund. They escaped. They were fugitive. They ran from justice. They ran away. But soon Burger King power now they resurfaced.
Tomorrow will bring here. I'm doing very well. Bring here.
But he better kind of ask whether he had been clear. Whether he stayed fugitive of justice. He's running from justice. You gotta face the justice.
Yeah, I was chatting when you mentioned it. He said, I will bring you.
Okay, yeah. Tell him say we got him there.
Mr. Josh.
Yeah.
The situation that we are in is peculiar to the sense that our government, our folks, people, when we're talking about the new thing in Liberia now, everybody talking about in the house is the separation of power, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Dillon sat here, he says, this government that I brought to power, we will make sure it succeed. I will do this. This is, and you're talking about separate. I mean, you know, when we're talking about substantive issues, okay? When we're talking about substantive issue, this is what we are talking about. But anyway, great show, Chairman. I think one of the things that I think we should learn to do, I suggest, we should be able to block those who will be in the comment section insulting
people,
insulting the guest or insulting people they don't like. I think we should block those folks.
That's true. I agree with you. And we'll say again, if you start, I mean, you can criticize. Look,
that's correct.
If person don't want to criticize me, once I get a chance, I don't put a criticism about me on the planet and say, but insulting people, that's a problem. You got to insult people. You know,
small call they can cause me. They can cause me.
Yeah, but we can't do that.
Well,
I mean, the last time they were very rude to Senator Snow. I mean, they were using some terrible languages.
Well, I can see it. The good thing is, Gail, man. The good thing is that the good thing is these guys are in public space, and I do agree. We should definitely put some things in place to not have people insult people. But at least that these guys understand that they're in public space, and that people will react, especially. You know, politically, we add over. Look, I mean, listen. Imagine how former President George Weah felt. I mean, we had a guy who was giving audience to basically insult George Weah, Ma and Pa and his wife. Imagine how the president felt, right? And so it's no justification why people will insult. But I like the fact that Dillon came here today because this is a tough place to be. This is a tough space to be. I got to be honest with you. And anyone who comes here to at least engage us and engage the Liberian people, I think they automatically earn my respect. And you know how I feel about Dillon. But my feelings about Dillon is not personal. My feelings about Dillon is based on the issue, is issues oriented. It's nothing more than that. And so when I promise to support what he's doing, I think, do I agree that Dillon should be having a rehab center? Do I agree that he should be taking $7,000 annually of his money to support a rehab center? No, I think that these projects should be influenced and led through national bills that would, by extension, support these things across the country. Because the little thing he's doing in his rehab center, we need it across the country. There are many Zogos that have been victims to drugs addiction in Liberia. We have not, as a country, established a rehabilitation plan, a national rehabilitation plan, given all of what we went through as a country. So these are things that I would expect Dillon, now that he supports the government, to be, talking to the president. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did not do it for 12 years, right? President George Weah had different plans. What are your plan now to do? These are things that we expect to happen. But should that stop me from supporting what I think is a good cause? Absolutely not. So I will stand on my promise. I'm a man of my word. I will give the $700, and I will support. I just need to speak to the folks over there to understand when does that start. But I will definitely commit to that.
Thank you. Let me come in, right? No, Rabo, I think you're getting it wrong. You see somebody come on the show, and I probably will figure out people insult me, people insult my parents. They insult people. Tomalin is aware. Many times we reach out to Tomalin. As we speak, they still insulting me. And he say a public official. We should not be encouraging that.
Well, you work for the government, Abu. So you are a public official.
Abu, you public official, man.
No, Robert,
That's
that's not
what
fair.
I'm
Whether you work with the government or not,
Yeah.
there should be no space for anybody to insult anybody.
Oh, I agree. No, I agree with you.
don't like
I
it.
agree.
And your platform is
It's
so
not
credible. Your platform is so powerful. There should be nobody on here. I mean, they were graphically insulting and
I hope, but if you notice, they were when you saw on people were blocking those people, were being blocked and
yeah, but
you
you know, it shouldn't
Man,
be.
you gotta do more.
no. Once you start insulting people, we block you. We don't. I mean, you can criticize the person, but don't insult the person. But
Right.
God, let me tell you something, right? If we ever taking the election 2029 is still far away, it already started. I repeat, 2029 already started. It has started already. The Nima election, we watch the Nima election very carefully. Let's watch the Nima election. Let's watch it carefully.
Yeah,
It won't be easy to see anything. Emma will just see Emma win. As of today's date, there's nobody in the driver's seat will win election 2029. I tell you for a fact.
But Tomalin, one thing.
That's not dream. It's not going to happen.
Tomalin, when I go second round,
one thing before Ben coming real quick. Before Ben coming, one thing though. You know, I like to be fair and balanced, even though people don't believe that. But I'm a very fair person. When you come here in our house, I'm a very fair person. You thought I was going to what you thought I was going to do? You thought I was going to be insulting? Well, I'm not.
No, Robert.
I don't have to insult.
Robert. I mean, I also, you know,
we can disagree. But one thing I took away today is that again, and maybe Mr. Gilman. Maybe Mr. Gilman probably kind of lost a little. I think he took the same bit that Professor Kennedy did not take, because Professor Kennedy was, I believe, when he came and he said something about Professor Kennedy being paid and had that deal go through. When you see him speaking like that, I'm getting text messages that he's already done his due diligence, but Professor Kennedy already have his own facts. But is this the show to kind of litigate that? No, you're not going to win, right? So I like the fact that Professor Kennedy stuck to his question, stuck to the issue. Because one thing I do realize, politics or no politics, Campinasta, Dylan is a politician, and Dylan understands how to throw the punches just as much as he receives the punches. So he did not run from throwing the punches. He threw the punches at Professor Kennedy. He definitely threw the punches at Gilman, and he definitely went hard with a double punch at Siliki, with the whole, you mad at me because of common situation. So again, my advice is, unless you come here trying to be disrespectful, which is what I thought the deputy minister did, you're not going to come here and disrespect us on the show. But if you want to have a fierce conversation, I think it's incumbent upon us to be respectful in our engagement, be safer but tough and fierce to get these guys to answer the question. I thought he was good at responding.
Real quickly, one thing, when you have an opportunity to come, they face these guys, forget about all the litigation. Yeah, be straight. Like Siddiqui coming, he laying all I want. Siddiqui, ask the man a question you want to ask the man. But you want to talk about what the man did. And mind you now, you hear the man, you say the man talk about fence with it. The man told you, the man gave him a say he felt threatened. So he put fence, but he said he supported people around in the neighborhood. He said the man did the one. The man hands up for you. So when you do that, ask the man a direct question. Don't bring all these things, because how the man will evade the question and put it back in your lap. What he did to you.
And Tony, thank you. I think it was a fascinating.
But what your thought, Ben?
Fascinating conversation. Fascinating, and there was a reason why I decided that I was going to stay back. I think it was important for people to. I mean, look clearly. Look, Dylan. I'm extreme. I've always said it. Even when Dylan was on the other side, when I was, me supporting CDC, Dylan was supporting UP. I'm biased when it comes to Dylan. Dylan and I, we go a long way. Dylan chaired my campaign. He was the chairman for my campaign, right? Dylan and I have internal debates. So my thing was, I wasn't going to come. Many of the things that I wanted to talk to Dylan about, I've already communicated with him.
Exactly.
And I felt it was important for people who don't have, like Robert and Dylan. I can tell you, Dylan has an enormous amount of respect for Robert.
Oh, yes.
He was just texting me.
Yes.
And listen, Robert is somebody that he wants to keep in touch with.
Exactly.
He thinks that he did mention that there have been times where like he talked about the OKFM thing. He told me, he said, Ben, we all are growing. We all to do, but I respect the guy. I like the fact that the guy said, listen, I support your work, but listen, this is what I think the situation is. Robert, I think you were on your game. You know, you were well composed. You stuck to the point. You did not take the bait. He also, right? They took a gone left field for the two of you, right?
I enjoy now. I enjoy now.
You can be on the show because don't mind it. They don't watch this show and he see the things that you say about him. He sees that you once said Dylan will never come on this platform, right? In fact, one of the reasons why when he came, he was asking for everybody. He said, "Where is my man Robert Garguah? He's the one I'm waiting for." So the reason I say that is to say, and I also saw people, I saw my brother Goscom say, "Ben, we're not going to change Liberia." He said, "We're not going to change Liberia by not taking our friends public." Listen, first of all, I never told you I was advocate. I listen. I'm a politician.
I'm an advocate.
I don't do advocacy. I'm a politician. So I was being transparent, right? In setting the stage. There are certain people. Give an example. If Kalasco were to come on this show, right? The relationship Robert has with Kalasco, they would not give him the opportunity. So even if he got differences with Kalasco, he would not be, in me, Robert is spineless. It just means Robert can have that conversation with Kalasco internally. And it is now a conversation for the public. So I think, look, and if we want, and this is something that I think we need to really handle, if we want more of these people to come on, Oprah Winfrey said something one day. She said the art of interviewing is extracting information. That's why you can get Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey, during the Oprah show, right? Oprah would get a rapist to come on her show and admit that he raped someone. Because she doesn't come to you with. So I think there is this tendency in our new dispensation where people feel that when you come with gotcha and that means you have a bravado. No. Your goal is to extract information. Your goal is to extract information, right? Lofa went to Monrovia. Lofa and Dylan had a 2-hour conversation. Was it all friendly? No, he told me. He said it wasn't all friendly, but they talked. He got some clarity. You see, Lofa, you saw Lofa up already on the show today. Half of a question, maybe one answer. So he didn't have to. But I think, and let us not forget that this is a national leader. Whether we agree with him or not, Dylan is a national leader. Dylan chairs the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
One of the top committees in the
Senate. It's a statutory committee in the Senate. It's a leadership committee in the Senate. He used enormous influence within this government. And I think you get, Charles Siller used to tell me, he said, Ben, you get more out of vinegar. You get more out of honey than you get out of vinegar. In order to make mayonnaise, you got to break some eggs, right? So I think it was a fascinating conversation, Robert. Like you said, Professor Kennedy didn't fall for it. Listen, one of the most craftiest person to do media interview with at Dylan. I know the ball. I know him very well. And so half of it, I was reading right through him. I said, Sidiki, like you say, he talked Sidiki off balance.
Yeah.
He talks Sidiki my up again. I really wish he were all right now.
Yeah, I tell you guys are talking, and then the thing about Robert and Ben, the issue about they don't first class. The man answer the question. The man, for the fact that
that's what I'm saying.
The man said, "I'm sorry, I blunder." But they still want.
But you see, there was a difference though. Robert brought it up.
Yes.
You saw how Robert brought it up.
Yes.
How did Robert bring it up? Robert brought it up from the perspective of how am I supposed to trust you when you keep apologizing and in my mind you keep doing things over.
You apologizing when you said.
But Robert ain't kind of say, "Oh my man, when you are writing business like you lie." And no, there's a way to do. There's an art to doing these things. And I think, Sidiki's a smart young man. I love him. I think he has a great future ahead of him. But I think he got taken off balance just by one simple line. You supported me in 2019.
They don't say that.
I got the car in 2019. But you supported me for re-election.
Okay, what I mean to support your candidate?
Because you believe that if I win my re-election, I will support your guy for president. It may not be true, right? Or y'all knew that I was the loudest voice against.
It may not be true, but when you think about it, so what was the issue now? If you supported me knowing that I accepted the car, what was the issue? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, Lofa responded to you.
What is it? Ben,
Lofa
don't
said-
use my absence from this show to try playing your regular politics with me. You know very well why you're taught to interrupt me when I was speaking now, and you are here talking about why I was. That's why I was. What is he talking about? Lofa, leave it, man. Hey, that is the he did when Koga was here. So what you want to talk? Yeah, I dare Lofa to call Koga Kroga on this show.
He did it.
When Koga was here, he called him Kroga.
No, but he did it on Friday. Lofa did it on Friday.
I'm talking about on the
You
main one.
want to do it?
No man, Lofa. Oh, I'm not playing ball. I'm not playing politics with Lofa. In fact, I was saying that Lofa. I believe Lofa had his conversations with Dillon. So practically, maybe he didn't have. Maybe some of those conversations where some of those things were dealt with. Yeah, but fascinating show, guys. I thought everybody was on point. I
got a clown talking. I need no supermodel. You're not a clown. Clown. He's a clown.
You want to get?
Yeah. You won't be where I am. Where's that palm brother? You are not where I am. I can tell you. Guess what? The vice president come up when you have a birthday. Okay. When our vice president call you before, you clown. Yeah, you clown. I won't call him because he's a clown. He always
the man name is No Soup Bomb.
That's your You're a clown. You better be happy you watching me every day. You're a clown.
But I really wish he comes back because there's lots of different questions. There's lots of great questions. Because I didn't like.
They got talk crap every day. They won't be like, they gonna consider will keep you. You don't even be. Guess what? If you want 5 minutes, say happy birthday, Ben, my winners. Say happy birthday to me, right, Ben?
Wait, no, wishing to be in a position.
You tell you. You gab it out of you. Crazy.
You causing my point. I know you said.
Your public figure, forgive me.
I agree. A lot of people are do that. People are going to buy, cause them black them. I'll go for it. Gonna want it. Yeah, cause them black them. That you ain't gonna do that. Listen, you're not talking on the side, then they get vexed. But I'll change me. I will be talking to everybody here, and I will be dealing with. Right now, if I concern, they 39 election. Nobody in the driver's seat right now. I'm for nobody right now. I'm independent right now. I mean, you know.
Tomorrow we'll win the election, man.
But listen, I will look for. Listen, come on the show. This is not a anti-CDC show or anti-UP show. We will applaud the government. I keep saying this. If the puppet does well, we will applaud him. The fact that he hasn't done anything, and I'm still looking forward to asking Dillon, because a lot of people like myself, we still got some reservation about being the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I do agree with Anthony that they already had a very organized hearing today.
Yeah, it was a good hearing.
Yeah, I thought it was very organized and very respectful. I listened to Amar Conan ask his questions without being interrupted. The news guys were in the back, and you could really understand what was happening. But like I would tell my big brother Amar, I didn't like the fact that they were not pushing back. I don't think that the foreign minister did the government any good, because the president is the lead of his foreign policy approach. So if you almost 15 months into your leadership, when are we going to understand? It took Donald Trump less than a week for us to get a glimpse of what his foreign policy approach is, which is America first. America first. So almost 15 months, you're still talking about your foreign policy approach is a work in progress. And I expected the chairman of foreign affairs to really push back. Madam President, Madam Secretary, Madam Minister, what do you mean by that? I thought that was a damning remark on the fact that this government.
So is it what Liberia voted? I mean, I think I support Liberia position. I support Liberia.
She doesn't know. Liberia does not have Liberia does not have, if your foreign policy, and if your, and I stand corrected, that's why I wanted to ask him, because I did ask some of my friends today who understand foreign policy. If your foreign policy approach is still a work in progress, then you don't have any position on.
The vote at the United Nations against.
No, but maybe it was just done. Maybe it was just done. I don't know. But there's no foreign policy approach or policy behind these decisions.
So Robert, I think I can take a small stab. When I listened to her today, okay, I think what I gathered from her and what they were saying, a couple of things. the sudden change of the sheriff in Washington, the way how traditionally. Mm-hmm. Right, the Liberia traditionally normally votes with America, mm-hmm. And I know specifically when it came to the Ukraine thing, right? We were from the onset of the Ukraine problem. We've always voted where the U.S. voted. In fact, we've co-sponsored a lot of the motions on the UN floor. Her argument today was, because of the sudden change, Washington, or at least the U.S. mission, practically maybe expected that we were eventually just going to change. Mm-hmm. Also, because this was the first time America and Russia voted together, right? Mm-hmm. Against the ceasefire thing in Ukraine. So her point was, we stuck with our traditional line, supporting Ukraine, saying, you know what? So technically, Liberia broke away from America in this sort of vote. From what I understood, and this is just my opinion, from what I understood when she was talking about the fact that they're still trying to define their foreign policy, I think it is fair, because truth of the matter, Robert, we never really have had our own foreign policy. When you look at the way our foreign policy is driven, our foreign policy is purely west-west. We stay away from the south. We stay away from the east. We are purely America's ally. What America's, you saw President George, we are there. If you America enemy, you Liberia enemy, right? So I think, from my understanding, what I gathered was, this is now a work in progress. We got to find a way to stand on our own now. We got to find a way. There may be time where we will break from America. There will be time where we will break from Ukraine, or there may be time where we will want to vote with Russia, right? We are not there yet, because all along, whenever there is a point in time where we say we want to vote against America's interest, there's always the fear that Liberia is balking her traditional ally. And I think this notion that about a potential revision of our foreign policy, because guess what? Like she said today, Liberia has been elevated from just a regular bilateral partner to China now to a strategic ally, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. Why? Because of the we are government's position.
Right.
We are government position was lock and step against, with America. So we voted, So that's what I think. Yeah.
But I think it's a great conversation. But the conversation, Ben, have got to be led by, of course, the foreign chief advisor to the president, right? Mm-hmm. My thing is this. My thing is, I agree with you. We have not had a read or practiced foreign policy, right? My issue with that is, in this century, Ben, we should be thinking about, when people ask what is Liberia's foreign policy, mm-hmm. we should be able to, in a few sentences,
of course,
describe Liberian foreign policy.
I don't disagree with you.
I'll give you an example. There's nothing wrong with supporting or standing by America, but in this particular case where we voted against the U.S., that vote should be a reflection of where we stand, exactly, not just our interests, but that vote should be a reflection of what we stand on these key international issues, especially when it comes to peace, because we know as a country who went through a protracted civil war, we know what peace means and we know what war brings, right? But if America votes and we just vote based on what America vote, and America is voting on America's interests.
But
they don't care about Liberia. They don't care about the Ghanaians.
But that was the
but Ben,
when the president said a few weeks ago, this is why I think that it's important that this government try. Look, it's a complicated discussion, but try to make it make sense. The president said something very profound a few months ago. He said, "We will not get involved in two elephant fights, because when two elephant fight, it's the little guy that suffers. All we want to eat." I expected that statement to be followed with some sort of definite practice approach on where this president stood when it comes to Liberia foreign policy. Our foreign policy cannot be predicated on U.S. interests, even though we have most of our support from U.S. But our foreign policy have to reflect us as a people traditionally and internationally, which we don't have and we've never had. That's something we have to address.
Yeah, but that vote that Liberia took on the Ukraine ceasefire, I support it. Even they don't. I mean, let me be honest with you, because the administration come and say, "Oh, well, they're voting that way." You know, U.S. foreign policy is based on bipartisan approach. Okay, you go in the Congress now. They're standing by the Ukrainians, standing by them. But right now, because of our man you're feeling, so he say your vote against them. So and Liberia was wise to say, well, despite our traditional allies, we're all voting along with them. But this time around, we're still the rest of the African countries, most of them. I think 43 countries voted along with America against that ceasefire. Yeah, but the country that did it now for Africa, a country that do business with Russia and China now, they are turning their face down to them. Liberia got to be very definite in what they want to, because there come a point where they say choose either America or the other countries. You got to make that decision. So
but we don't have to choose either America. Our foreign policy cannot be a choice between country and Tomalin.
I always ban. We're always ban.
See, but that's wrong. That's wrong. Go ahead, Sylvester.
I think we do have a foreign policy, and it's also in what she said. Probably the minister didn't structure it very well today. Now, are we supposed to be thinking about going back to our inherent foreign policy orientation? And that is the core of our Liberian foreign policy structure, the process of not interference. It's the core of Liberian foreign policy. That's it. That's the instrument there. The issue of not interfering is the basis of our foreign policy. Now, we've changed the process because the intent of structuring the foreign policy in said direction, it was to recognize any country that is part of the Committee of Nations, meaning the United Nations. We work with them, we do business with them. That's the core of our foreign policy. So the issue about we're trying to reshape our foreign policy, and we have never reshaped our foreign policy in the national interest, because you reshape the foreign policy in the national interest of the country. You have to leverage your foreign policy instrument. And by that, and one of the processes we should have done with this issue, and they will be having the problem. Now, Liberia foreign policy in recent years have based on servant foreign policy mechanism. And you cannot rely on 100% of servant foreign policy mechanism and be a successful nation. Or that you're going to be shifted. You're going to be arm twisted. And if you are arm twisted, the element of arm twisting in diplomacy is dangerous, because if you are at the sub-7 level, anything pushed at you, you're going to accept it, meaning you're not going to leverage your foreign policy. So what we have to do now is to go back to the core of our foreign policy orientation. That's the diplomatic language. Our foreign policy orientation, meaning we have to focus on the country that we do business with, and that country will have to do something in our interest. Now, yes, for instance, this powerful country leverage our foreign policy a lot. One of the points they leveraged in recent time was the thing that just happened yesterday. That is a big case here now today in the court. Right, what they did, they put some guys on the criminal of the Tron Garguah group. They sent them to another country. The first time it ever happened when they were attempting to send some Colombians. The Colombian president rejected, and this president threatened sanction. It's where it has sometimes powerful countries leverage their foreign policy. What we can do is just like this issue about what we can do to strike the balance there is, we cannot have negotiation. For instance, when Americans contacted us, and that's why for me, I'm a little concerned about what is now unfolding. We already got some problem about this pending visa and restriction they have on almost 43 countries. if we were confronted by this new administration, it's a new team coming in. The fact that you cooperated with the Biden administration, you did everything they requested, even at the point of you hurting China. And the Chinese had to back out in certain major projects where you couldn't listen to leverage. And then will come now, Robert, to the point. You leveraging your foreign policy to the national interest of the country. Now, how you sat with the Americans and said to them, yeah, we're waiting to vote with you again with the Russian side, but what can we get in return? You need to do that. And that's the process of leveraging your foreign policy in the national interest of your country. But we didn't do that, right? We just came back and just believed we say, okay, we'll now vote because we've been having a traditional set to vote the way they've been going. But they changed now. The same people that have been asking us, even they told us before to vote against China human rights record, something we violated in our foreign policy orientation, the basis of not interference. When we say Chinese violating their own human rights, that China internal mechanism we should not interfere into that because it is on the pedal of that our foreign policy is established. And that's why Article 57 of our Constitution set the basis for the president to set the state of that foreign policy orientation. So there's a delicate balance that we need to strike. And how do we engage that process? We have to be very mindful as to how we get there. Other than that, we'll soon be finding ourselves in some problem that basically the country will start having some serious problems because we have no issue that we can leverage as per our sovereignty record. Nothing. We don't have mass thing the people depend on to say they want to operate. So we have to be mindful to strike a balance that will help the country move forward. Now, you see all these things are coming up. This restriction, that restriction, this restriction, that restriction. And they put you because they say it's not beginning. Why you think are we really reading the lines? Signals, diplomacy, Rawa is signal. And Ben, you should know this. Are we noticing something? $1.5 million. It is the reason they call everyone name in the recent state of the report at $1.5 million. So we have to start seeing signal from somewhere. You refuse to cooperate. And they see it, then you see it. So we have the foreign minister, we have to be a very, very mindful as to how we want to engage with people. The fact that if we cooperated, the past administration will everything. Then this administration won't come now. We don't want to do it. We have to be mindful.
So, Pewee, I think there's a video out there now that's circulating. The State Department has said that there is no list of suspending visa from 43 countries, but confirm that there is a review.
Yes, there's a review.
Yeah. So I think this was in line with what the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated today.
Yeah. And I continue quickly, Ben. And the review is part of a system it's said ever since, and that has been a regular process from the State Department.
Yeah.
There are certain things country we have to. There's certain benchmark. If those countries don't meet those benchmark, they put you in those red zone, the orange zone, the yellow zone, and if you fall in the red zone, then you're in serious problem. So basically, but for now we are in the yellow zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like you said, there's a review. It doesn't, the list is not out there. I mean, so I think a lot of people.
What does yellow zone mean?
It should be.
What does yellow zone mean?
The yellow zone means you have to take sufficient action. That the condition they gave you take those actions to get out of the yellow zone.
Yeah. All right, guys, have a great night, guys. I'm out, man.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, have a great night. We'll see you again.
You had 2 glasses. I see all the bottles behind you there.
Oh, my man, yo.
Oh, damn, we making showers and you know, anything to this.
All right, man, I'm out, man.
Okay.
I'll be Liberia soon, huh?
Your government is
Liberia soon.
Our government is in the yellow zone, so what we have to do now.
Don't worry, I'll be Liberia soon. But don't come close to me. I have security.
Is to take those measures. It's to take those measures that we have to take as government.
It's safer than before.
It's to take those measures we have to take as government to get out of the yellows to those.
We know that struggle, man.
So part of it is that there's this report before that they were working with us to make sure we put into place a system for those that committed crime in a place that should be deported or that did something not right. There were no travel document for them.
Mm-hmm.
They've been cooperating with us to do that. The government now agreed to that. The Myean administration time before they left, they agreed to that this government should continue that path. They said, okay, we will provide travel document. And the only travel document you need to provide is to give them passport. Those people are already getting passport, other things, but they have need no time, they said, to do those things. So, but yeah, Ben, you're right.
Yeah.
It's just part of speculation that, but there's no list to say who they're going to do that place. Yes, yeah. So the State Department came out with that one.
Today, the State Department did a press briefing at the State Department. The spokesperson for the State Department, in fact, I have the video here.
You should be sharing with me, Ben. If not,
yeah, I will share with you. Do you see it?
Secretary Rubio believe that if Afghanistan is among the countries that are there on the list, a draft list to be banned, that legitimate SIVs who were approved by the State Department during the fall of Afghanistan and withdrawal should be a carve out, and that these people who help the State Department, the CIA, DOD,
Tammy Bruce,
come and have refugee status. I do it. Well, first of all, there is no list.
Okay.
What people are looking at over these last several days is not a list that exists here that is being acted on. There is a review, as we know through the president's executive order, for us to look at the nature of what's going to help keep America safer and dealing with the issue of visas allowed into the country. But what has been touted as something that is an item through the State Department, it just simply isn't the case. So the premise, I have to say, I certainly can't speak to because it's not accurate.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, it's not just accurate.
Yeah.
What's the source of that? What the
State Department press briefing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I put it in the chat room right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think this will go because a lot of folks back home are very worried now.
There's no list. All right, guys.
Okay, man. Good night.
All right.